Chapter 2057. Kea and Chanlong had no objections to Jianshan's suggestion. They both understood that even though they did not fear regular late Divine King when they worked together, they were still not the opponents of the extremely powerful late Divine King. Mr. Shu, who followed the fifth prince, was so powerful that he had completely surpassed regular late Divine King experts. Aside from Mr. Shu, there were probably a few other Divine Kings, Supreme Divine King, in the Azure Poseidon Palace as well. Once they came across these people, even if Jianshan, Chanlong, and Chanlong worked together, they would not stand a chance at victory. As a result, they urgently needed to increase their strength. After all, this was the 8th floor of the Azure Poseidon Palace. There were already many Divine Kings gathered here, unlike the lower floors, where most of them were overgods. I need to enter secluded cultivation as well so that I can break through to the Divine King as soon as possible, said Kea. Whether it be in terms of cultivation or comprehension, they would suffer quite the disadvantage if they fought the Divine King as late overgods. After making up their minds, Jianshan's group immediately left the Divine Medicinal Garden. Xiao Jing did not plan on leaving by himself either. He remained with Jianshan's group. Fellow Jianshan, if you're looking for a place to cultivate, I do know a place that's extremely suitable for you. Xiao Jing had already entered the Azure Poseidon Palace several times, so he was extremely familiar with the place. He took the initiative to lead the way for Jianshan's group. Fellow Jianshan, fellow Kea, fellow Chanlong, please come with me. Under Xiao Zheng's lead, Jianshan's group traveled over 1,000,000 kilometers in an extremely short amount of time. In the end, they stopped in a lush mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Jianshan's face changed. Not only was the origin energy 10 times denser than other places, but it was also completely condensed into mist. Moreover, Jianshan felt like the laws of the world had become much clearer in the mountain range. According to the records, this mountain range should be the greatest sacred mountain of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. It's called the Neptunian Mountains. It's said that the Neptunian Mountains are the greatest blessed land of the Taoist sect of Neptunia. The core of the mountain range is an extremely profound formation. It's exactly because of the existence of this formation that the Neptunian Mountains possess the wondrous ability to steal the fortune of the world and condense the mysteries of the world. Not only does it gather the purest origin energy of the world, but your understanding of the laws of the world will become even clearer when you cultivate here. It'll obviously be much easier to cultivate here. Clearly, Xiao Jing knew a lot of information. He studied the mountain range in amazement as he explained to Jianshan's group. It's said that the strongest ancestor of the Taoist sect of Neptunia is on very good terms with a Grand Exalt. The formation in the Neptunian Mountains was personally cast down by this Grand Exalt. It really is like the work of the gods, as if it was created by nature. Contains the truths of the world. The Neptunian Mountains were originally placed outside the Azure Poseidon Palace for the core disciples to cultivate. Only when the Taoist sect of Neptunia faced a crisis did the Neptunian Mountains move into the Azure Poseidon Palace. It has always been placed here. Xiao Jing, looks like you really do know a lot, Jianshan said calmly. Xiao Jing chuckled. The Taoist sect of Neptunia was originally located on the Hinyu Plain, and I was born on the Hinyu Plain as well. It's the same place as the Taoist sect of Neptunia. Coupled with the fact that I've already entered it several times and asked around a lot, I know a little more about it. As they spoke, Jianshan's group had already entered the depths of the Neptunian Mountains. Along the way, Jianshan could clearly sense that there were still many powerful presences in the Neptunian Mountains. Clearly, there were still quite a few people who chose to cultivate here. In the end, Jianshan's group chose a hidden cave as their place of seclusion. Master Chanlong cast down a formation to separate them. On one hand, it would serve as a defense, and on the other hand, it would prevent them from interfering with one another. Jianshan immediately entered seclusion. He had already prepared all the resources he needed to break through to the chaotic body. Not only did he have a few Divine King-level monster cores he had obtained from the Een Mountains of Seven's Despair, but he also had a few crystal cores he had obtained from killing spatial beasts in outer space. These resources were enough for him to successfully break through to the 12th layer of the chaotic body. Kea and Chanlong both entered seclusion as well. Kea healed his wounds first before entering cultivation. He comprehended the mysteries of the world in an attempt to break through to the Divine King level. As for Chanlong, he took out the space ring he had obtained on the 7th floor and checked through its contents. The owner of the space ring was clearly a formations master. Chanlong found many records and comprehensions regarding the laws of formations in the space ring, so he immediately read through them carefully. 500,000 kilometers away from the Neptunian mountains, the fifth prince and the others from the Sky dynasty of the profound Thunder continent were resting by a small stream at this moment. Amongst the guards that followed them, many of them were covered in blood. Obviously, they'd just experienced a fierce battle not too long ago. The fifth prince sat on a large piece of rock, holding a fist-sized brown fruit in his hand as he examined it. A faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "Dark spirit fruit, the main ingredient for refining the Earth Spirit Purifying Pill. This Earth Spirit Purifying Pill is a Grade 4 Divine Grade medicinal pill. It has the miraculous effect of cleansing the Yuan spirit, removing impurities, and purifying the soul. It is a rare item. Those people really haven't disappointed me. I've obtained quite a few good things from them." The fifth prince had just taken the dark soul fruit from a group of people. Even though the group was not weak, they were still easily wiped out by the people he had brought with him. Xian the effects of the Earth Spirit Purifying Pill are extremely obvious for you right now. It can allow you to approach the heavenly heart realm, allowing you to resonate with the laws of the world as much as possible. It'll be much easier for you to comprehend the mysteries of the world. I will gather all the ingredients for the Earth Spirit Purifying Pill in the Azure Poseidon Palace. Once I return, I'll immediately ask the subjects to specially refine the pill for you. The fifth prince held the dark soul fruit in his hand as he turned his head to the side and spoke to Yunxin. His voice was extremely gentle. Yunxin sat on the rock in a daze. Her eyes did not move at all, as if she had become a statue. She did not hear the fifth prince at all. The fifth prince could not help but raise his voice slightly. "Ah, fifth prince, what is it?" Only now did Yunxin return to her senses. She looked at the fifth prince in confusion. Look into my eyes," the fifth prince said. He stared at Yunxin without blinking. In the next moment, a gray vortex suddenly appeared in his eyes. It carried with it a mysterious power, as if it wanted to suck in Yunxin's mind. Yunxin immediately became confused. Her entire mind was sucked into the gray vortex in the fifth prince's eyes. She lost herself. Tell me, are you thinking about that person called Jianchen?" the fifth prince asked. His voice was very calm, but when it entered Yunxin's ears, it was like a demonic voice that sucked in her mind. "Yes," Yunxin replied in a daze. In this state, she could not hide any secrets at all. Everything she said was the truth in her heart. Not far away, Yun Lianqing's expression suddenly changed. He could not help but worry about the safety of Jianchen and the others. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do now. The other people of the Yun family all became stern as well. They were not worried about Jianchen. Instead, they were worried about whether Yun Xian would be affected because of this. The fifth prince's face was gloomy. He had already crushed the god-level material, the dark soul fruit, in his hand. The sticky and fragrant juice covered his entire palm. I just... Yunxin came back to her senses. When she thought of what she had just said, her face instantly turned pale. Although she was absent-minded for a moment just now, she was very clear about what she had said. Yunxin asked herself honestly. When she said "miss," she was only thinking about the days she spent with Jianchen and the others. However, Yunxin also knew that the meaning of her miss had changed when the fifth prince heard it. She wanted to explain, but she also knew that if her explanation fell into the ears of others, it would become a cover-up. Let's go. The fifth prince did not dwell on this matter. He called out to the others and set off again. However, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the people behind him. By Qi, by he, the two of you go with Haya to find that person called Jianchen. Kill anyone who is with Jianchen, including Jianchen. The three of you find an opportunity to leave the group quietly. I don't want Xan to know about this. Bai Qi and Bai He were the two most powerful people in the fifth prince's group, aside from Mr. Shu. They were much stronger than the Divine King in the late stage. The fifth prince had sent Bai Qi and Bai He to deal with Jianchen and the others. Clearly, he had also noticed that Jianchen and the others were not ordinary. Chapter 2058. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed since Jianchen's group had entered the Neptunian Mountains. During that month, the Neptunian Mountains remained peaceful. It seemed to have become a paradise within the Neptunian Poseidon Palace. The storms of blood that occurred in various parts of the Poseidon Palace did not reach here. Jianchen, Qianlong, Kea, and Xiao Zheng all cultivated in seclusion within a hidden cave protected by layers of formations. They did not pay attention to the matters of the outside world. After a month of cultivation, most of the monster cores and crystal cores from the Divine King and space beasts that Jianchen had taken out had been consumed. All the pure and violent energy within them had been refined by Jianchen, turning into the surging chaotic force in his body. Jianchen's chaotic Niden had reached the peak of the 11th layer. He was close to breaking through. It was also at this moment that Jianchen's statue-like body suddenly jolted. The chaotic Niden in his dantian exploded loudly at that moment. Terrifying chaotic force rapidly surged through his body like a wild horse. He had finally broken through to the 11th layer of the chaotic body. He was in the process of consolidating the 12th layer. Jianchen was already familiar with breaking through with the chaotic body. He endured the excruciating pain that felt like thousands of ants gnawing at his bones as he began to condense his chaotic Niden with all his might. At the same time, Kaya sat on the ground in a cave isolated by a formation. The laws of creation, destruction, and fire enveloped her as a barrier of light of different colors. Every single light fused with the world around her, resonating with the laws of the highest order from afar. They seemed to resonate with each other. If other Divine King experts saw the power of laws around Kea right now, they would definitely become extremely shocked. This was because the power of laws that condensed around Kea was extremely dense and pure. Just from this, it was possible to tell that Kea's control and usage of the power of laws had already reached perfection. If all the Divine King experts in the Saints' world only had a superficial grasp of laws, Kea had truly grasped the essence. As a result, Kea did not need any cultivation methods or battle skills when fighting against experts of the same level. Just his advantage in laws was enough for him to reign supreme. During the month of seclusion, Kea's comprehension of laws had increased at an extremely obvious rate basically every single day. Moreover, the increase was not limited to just a single law. Instead, the laws of creation, destruction, and fire had increased simultaneously. None of them fell behind. As her comprehension of laws rapidly deepened, an extremely strange thought suddenly appeared in Kea's head. She had a vague feeling that her entire soul had fused with the three laws. This was because she felt a sense of intimacy towards the three laws from the bottom of her heart. It was just so familiar. However, there seemed to be an invisible, mysterious power that prevented her from connecting with the three laws. Whenever she comprehended the laws, the mysterious power that prevented her from connecting with the three laws would be diluted sliver by sliver, allowing her grasp over the laws to deepen. She rapidly approached the level of the Divine King. Both Jianchen and Kai benefited from the month of seclusion. Xiao Zheng, who was also in seclusion, did not make any progress at all. Compared to Jianchen and Kea, Xiao Zheng's talent was rather ordinary. It had taken him almost 100,000 years to reach the early Divine King, so a month of seclusion was naturally nothing to him. As for Master Qianlong, he had read through all the formations left behind by the primordial realm expert on the 7th floor of the Azure Poseidon Palace. Even though the primordial realm expert had left behind a tremendous amount of information on formations, Qianlong was a prodigy of formations as well. Not only did he read through all the information and experiences in just a month, but he also comprehended and grasped it all. An early divine king had grasped all the mysteries of formations left behind by an infinite prime in just a month. If news of this made it out, it would be enough to cause a huge uproar. Although this infinite prime is a formations master and has reached an extremely profound level in the way of formations, in my opinion, his understanding of the way of formations is still superficial. If you want to cast down a truly powerful formation that is difficult to get through, you need to possess the power of the laws of formations in addition to the various tools and your own cultivation, Jianchen said. Furthermore, according to my deductions, setting up a formation in the later stage doesn't require the slightest bit of cultivation, nor does it require any formation flags. Just by controlling the power of the natural order of formations, one can set up a great formation with a single thought. Not only are these formations natural, but they also contain the general trend of the world. They are truly perfect, without any formation cores or weaknesses. It's just that my comprehension of the laws of formations hasn't reached that level yet, so I can't cast down such a perfect formation, thought Qianlong. Master Qianlong thought. He managed to pick out many flaws from the Infinite Prime's legacy in a single stroke. At this moment, Master Qianlong's eyes lit up. He looked at the Neptunian mountains and thought, according to Xiaozheng, the core formation of the Neptunian mountains was personally cast down by a Grand Exalt. With a Grand Exalt's abilities, his comprehension of formations is naturally incomparable to mine. I wonder if I can observe this formation. If I can comprehend even a tiny bit of it, it'll be an unprecedented fortuitous encounter for me. Master Qianlong acted as soon as he thought of it. He immediately expanded the senses of his soul and permeated the Neptunian mountains. He proceeded surprisingly smoothly. The senses of his soul, which were not particularly powerful, were actually able to permeate the Neptunian mountains with ease. Master Qianlong could clearly sense the inscriptions of a colossal formation hidden within the rocks of the Neptunian mountains. The inscriptions were extremely dense, spreading out like a spider's web. Every single inscription contained the truths of the world, possessing supreme mysteries of the world. It really is a formation cast down by a Grand Exalt after all. The formations here really are like a vast starry sky, boundless and boundless. Master Qianlong's mind immediately shuddered as he sighed emotionally. Without any hesitation, he sent the power of his soul deeper. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. Even though the Neptunian mountains, the greatest sacred mountain of the Taoist sect of Neptunian, possessed a terrifying, heaven-defying formation, the power of Master Qianlong's soul was like a fish in water. It permeated the true core of the Neptunian mountains effortlessly, without encountering any obstructions along the way. The true core of the Neptunian mountains was a ball of light formed from countless inscriptions. It was only the size of a human head, and it gave off a profound presence. The ball of light seemed like a miniature universe. As it flickered, it constantly evolved the laws of the world, interfering with the space where the Neptunian mountains sat and establishing its own order. Master Qianlong became dazed as he looked at the ball of light before him. Through the ball of light, he seemed to see another world, a world that only belonged to formations. Chapter 2059. Strange. Why does it feel so familiar? I feel like I've seen this formation before. But I've clearly never seen a formation like this before. I've never come into contact with a formation of such a high level in my life either. Master Chanlong was filled with doubt. However, at this moment, the senses of Master Chanlong's soul suddenly lost control and rapidly approached the ball of light. It was as if a terrifying and powerful suction had suddenly appeared from the ball of light, tugging at the senses of Master Chanlong's soul. Even when Master Chanlong resisted with all his might, it was futile. Master Chanlong's face changed drastically. He wanted to sever the senses of his soul immediately. However, as soon as he thought of that and before he could do anything, the suction from the ball of light locked onto Master Chanlong's soul through the connection of the senses of his soul. In the end, under Master Chanlong's horrified gaze, his soul directly left his body and was sucked into the ball of light. It all happened just too quickly. Master Chanlong did not even have time to think before his soul entered the ball of light formed from the core of the formation. However, to Master Chanlong's surprise, not only did his soul not sense any danger in the core of the formation, but there was instead a warm presence that soothed his uneasiness, gradually calming him down. Master Chanlong did not look at the core of the formation. At that moment, all of his attention was gathered up ahead. A speck of light the size of a pinky finger hovered there silently. It shone with dazzling, seven-colored light. It was rather enchanting. The speck of seven-colored light seemed to form a wondrous connection with Master Chanlong's soul, so as soon as Master Chanlong appeared in the core of the formation, he locked onto the speck of light through his senses. Afterwards, his soul actually approached the speck of light uncontrollably. This was not something that Master Chanlong did intentionally. Instead, it was completely instinctive, an instinct that originated from the depths of his soul. In the end, Master Chanlong's primordial spirit fused with the rainbow light. Master Chanlong's nascent divinity shuddered. At that moment, it was as if a clap of thunder had exploded in his head, leaving him stunned on the spot. An extremely blurry image also vaguely appeared in his head. The background of the scene was a vast starry sky. Two figures stood in the starry sky, radiating with the light of the way. Both of them gave off a terrifying and boundless aura, causing the entire starry sky to tremble and tremble. The countless stars lost their color, seemingly submitting to the two of them. Even the supreme laws of the way were disturbed, becoming abnormally chaotic. These two figures were so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. They were boundlessly terrifying. They stood at the peak of the starry sky like the heavenly Tao. They were supreme and controlled the rules of heaven and earth. With a thought, they could interfere with the operation of the universe. With a thought, they could set their own order. They both bathed in the light of the way, obscuring their appearances. One of them had a disk of the way spinning above his head, filling up the entire starry sky and deriving the mysteries of the world. With a thought, he could create a supreme formation that could destroy the universe, shatter space, and change the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. The other person had a heavenly diagram of the 6 paths of samsara behind him. Every single diagram was boundless like 6 major worlds. Every single world possessed a different power of samsara. When the heavenly diagram of the 6 paths of samsara appeared together, it unleashed terrifying might. It was like a supreme god that suppressed the heavenly Tao of the world. The scene came to a halt. It only appeared for a split second before shattering. Even though it had only appeared for a split second, Chanlong felt like he had been there. It was an extremely great mental blow, and he struggled to calm down for quite some time. Grand exalts. Those two figures must be grand exalts without a doubt. One of the grand exalts should have been the senior who cast down this formation in the Neptunian mountains. The other grand exalt should be the samsaric immortal exalt of the immortals world. Master Chanlong's soul trembled violently. He was extremely shocked. What exactly is this ball of light that is emitting 7-colored light? Master Chanlong focused his attention on the speck of light. Now that the speck of light had fused with his soul, he knew nothing about it apart from the fact that he could sense that the speck of light posed no threat to him. Moreover, His soul was unable to fuse with the speck of light to peek at the secrets within. It was blocked by the seven-colored light. Suddenly, Master Chanlong's soul shuddered again. He was overjoyed. He discovered that his soul could actually fuse with the core of the formation, as if it had become one with it. He could observe the entire formation with great clarity through the core as a point of contact. At that moment, the colossal formation cast down by grand exalts of the saints' world within the Neptunian mountains no longer held any secrets in Chanlong's eyes. He could observe every single detail of the formation as he wished. Vaguely, he even had the misconception that he could control the power of the entire formation. At the same time, he could control the entire Neptunian mountains. He possessed absolute control over every single inch of the Neptunian mountains. Is the Neptunian mountains a mountain or an arcane treasure? Chanlong was stunned. But soon afterwards, he gazed into the distance. Through fusing with the Neptunian mountains, he discovered three familiar figures flying into the Neptunian mountains. It's the people beside the fifth prince of the Sky Empire. Chanlong immediately recognized the three of them. The three of them were the siblings and Heya, who had come under the fifth prince's orders to kill Jianshan's group. Heya was a tall, skinny young man. He seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. However, his cultivation was not weak. He had already reached late divine king. By he, that kid called Jianshan should be within the Neptunian mountains. I feel like we're getting closer and closer to them. We should be there soon, Heya said. Heya could not help but slow down. He began to conceal his presence, and moved in a straight line, silently approaching where Jianshan and the others were in seclusion. He glanced back at Bai Qi and Bai He behind him and said softly, "Prepare for battle. We have to complete the mission the fifth prince gave us perfectly. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Although Jianshan's group isn't powerful, and killing them is a piece of cake for us, there are two supreme overgods among them after all. No one knows whether they're hiding life-saving measures or not. If they manage to escape, we won't be able to answer to the fifth prince. Don't worry. With the two of us taking action, Jianshan's group definitely won't be able to escape. Even if they have life-saving measures, they won't be able to use them in time unless they're also late divine king," Bai Qi sneered. Chapter 2060. Although the siblings and Heya were still extremely far away from where Jianshan and the others cultivated, Chanlong had already fused with the Neptunian mountains. With a single thought, he could observe everything that happened in the Neptunian mountains. Nothing could escape his senses. It felt like the space where the Neptunian mountains resided had become Chanlong's domain, and Chanlong had become the ruler of the domain. As a result, Chanlong heard every single word of the conversation between the siblings and Heya and the other two people. The three of them have come to kill us. They've come with ill intentions, Master Chanlong thought. With a thought, his soul returned to his original body. The ball of light he had discovered in the core of the formation seemed to stick to his soul, returning to his original body with his soul. Now, Master Chanlong's soul did not need to fuse with the core of the formation. He could vaguely sense that he had established a wondrous connection with the Neptunian mountains. As long as he remained in the Neptunian mountains, he could control the formation there at any time. Master Chanlong could not help but become confident as he carefully comprehended the power he possessed. He murmured, "If the old man faced you before, he would only be able to defend passively, but now, with a flash, Chanlong left the place of seclusion. He sat down on the branch of a large tree outside and waited for the arrival of the Bai siblings leisurely. When Heya entered the depths of the Poseidon, he became slower and slower. A mysterious power permeated the region of the Neptunian mountains, affecting him to a certain extent. It made his senses towards Jianshan and the others hazy. His innate ability was greatly affected. It really is a formation personally cast down by the Grand Exalt of ancient paths. It actually interferes with my innate abilities so greatly. I can only sense 3 out of Jianshan and the others. I can't sense the other one at all, Heya sighed. He became slower and slower, afraid that he would suddenly lose track of Jianchen and the others. After almost half a day, Heya finally stopped somewhere with the siblings. The three of them concealed their presences and arrived silently. They did not alarm anyone. It's here. There's a hidden cave below that is covered by a formation. Jianchen and the others are in there, Heya said as he pointed at an inconspicuous plain. Black Crow pointed at an inconspicuous stone wall below. He then frowned slightly and looked at Bai Qi and Bai He beside him. He said with a strange expression, however, my innate ability can only sense the existence of three of them. The fourth person completely disappeared not long ago. Even now, I can't use my innate ability to find him. Completely vanished? Hearing this, Lily raised her eyebrows and chuckled. It can be concluded that the four of them should be cultivating in the Neptunian mountains. That person who completely disappeared couldn't have met with some accident in his cultivation and died, right? That's impossible. Even if he's dead, my innate ability can still find his corpse. Even if his corpse has been reduced to nothingness, my innate ability can still sense where he died, Heya said firmly. Who cares? If you can't find him, then so be it. Let's kill the other three quickly and go back to meet up with the fifth prince. Bai Qi took a step forward as he stared at the cave where Jianchen and the others cultivated in with shining eyes. Heavy killing intent flickered. The defenses of this formation are impressive, but in order to prevent the people inside from escaping, we need to get through it in a single strike. Sister, let's attack the formation together. Heya, you stay outside and watch over it. As they spoke, Bai Qi and Lily had already secretly accumulated power. They were prepared to unleash a powerful strike to destroy the formation below. The three of you, we have no grievances with you. May I ask why you're trying to kill us? Just as Bai Qi and Bai He were about to make their move, an aged voice suddenly sounded from nearby. The sudden voice shocked Bai Qi, Lily, and Heya. They immediately looked over in the direction of the voice and saw Qianlong seated leisurely on a large tree with a single glance. Their eyes immediately narrowed as they stared at Qianlong. Their hearts were filled with shock. This was because the tree Qianlong sat on was close to the cave. He did not conceal himself at all, yet the three of them failed to sense Qianlong's presence at all. Even when they scanned the area with the senses of their souls, there was no one on the tree. Impossible, this is impossible. Heya stared at Qianlong in shock as he stammered. His heart churned. To no surprise, the person he had failed to sense with his innate ability earlier was Qianlong. But now, Qianlong was right before him, yet he was still unable to lock onto Qianlong with his innate ability. It was as if Qianlong had fused with the world, truly becoming a part of the world. They could only discover him with the naked eye. Who are you? Bai Qi called out sternly as he became rather stern. Who cares who he is? He's just an early divine king. He probably possesses a treasure or a special secret technique, which is why he can avoid our senses and senses of the soul, Lily said with a deep voice. Bai He, who was filled with a wild nature, spoke in a deep voice. She opened her hand and a red demonic flower appeared on it, drifting towards Qianlong. The demonic flower swelled with the wind, becoming several dozen meters tall in a single instance. Every single petal was extremely huge, shining with a demonic red light as they enveloped Master Qianlong's head. The huge petals quickly wrapped around Qianlong as if they wanted to wrap around him. In the beginning, the demonic flower was only a seed. It had flown over from outer space and just happened to land before Lily. Lily also knew that the seed was extraordinary. It possessed an extremely powerful life force, so she raised the seed until it sprouted and grew into a beautiful flower. Afterwards, it gradually developed intelligence and grew to its current state by devouring the flesh and blood of cultivators. It was extremely powerful. Once bound by the demonic flower, even late divine king would not necessarily be able to escape. In the past few years, quite a few Divine King experts had died to the demonic flower. As the demonic flower dealt with Chanlong, Bai Qi, Lily, and Heya all paid close attention. Even though Chanlong was weak, only an early Divine King, he was just too extraordinary right now. He was actually able to escape their senses and make Heya's innate ability useless. Bang! At this moment, the demonic flower that enveloped Chanlong suddenly exploded in the air without any prior signs. The huge demonic flower was reduced to dust in a single instant. The expressions of Bai Qi, Lily, and Heya changed drastically. Their faces were filled with shock. The three of them had been paying close attention the entire time, but they failed to sense anything strange at all. What just happened? Heya's voice trembled slightly. He knew exactly how powerful the demonic flower was. It could easily devour many late Divine King experts, yet it had actually exploded right before his eyes for no apparent reason. Bai Qi and Lily were confused as well. They had no idea what kind of power had killed the demonic flower. However, Lily's face became rather pale. She stared at the demonic flower that had almost fallen as her face was filled with pain. Master Chanlong sat on the tree without moving at all. His eyes shone as his emotions surged. He was unable to contain his excitement. "What have you come here for?" At this moment, a deep voice rang out. Jianchen had passed through the formation and emerged from the cave. He glanced at the demonic flower that had exploded in the air and glared at the three of them. An extremely powerful presence revolved around Jianchen. He was filled with explosive power. Clearly, he had successfully broken through to the 12th layer of the chaotic body. Chapter 2061. Jianchen snorted coldly when he heard that. His gaze towards the three of them became as sharp as a sword. He said coldly, "May I ask how we've offended the 5th prince for him to send you to kill us?" The siblings and Heya did not reply. Instead, they all looked at Chanlong. Their gazes were filled with surprise, confusion, and some fear. "How did you deal with my heavenly saint flower? Why did my heavenly saint flower explode for no reason?" He asked Chanlong sternly as she felt both surprised and furious. "This is a power that you cannot understand, nor can you believe in. I'd advise you not to know about it, or I'm afraid you won't be able to endure it," Master Chanlong said indifferently. He was composed. In reality, his heart had churned after he destroyed the flower. He was in a state of turmoil. "Humph, you're just trying to be mysterious." Bai Qi snorted coldly as killing intent flickered through his eyes. A huge hammer appeared in his hand, and he directly swung it towards Master Chanlong from over 1,000 meters away. When the hammer fell, it became extremely huge in a single moment. The handle was several hundred meters long, extending all the way to Master Chanlong. The huge head of the hammer had gone from the size of a human head to over 100 meters across now. Surging energy shook the hammer, making it seem like it could destroy the world. Master Chanlong's face did not change. He was connected to the formation of the Neptunian mountains, so the entire region seemed to have become his territory. He was the god of the region, controlling the cycle of life and death with a single thought. With the geographical advantage, Chanlong's confidence swelled. He felt like even primordial realm experts would not be able to harm him at all. All of this was because of the peerless formation that existed within the Neptunian mountains. Just when Chanlong was about to take action and use the power of the formation to block Bai Qi's hammer, Jianchen charged into the sky first. His hair danced in the wind as his clothes ruffled. With a surging presence, he directly threw a palm strike at the falling hammer. The power of the laws of the sword shone with dazzling white light on his hand as destructive chaotic force permeated the interior. "Humph, you're actually using your bare hand to block my attack. You really don't know what you're talking about." Bai Qi could not help but mock Jianchen's actions. He understood the power of his attack extremely well. Let alone Jianchen, who had only recently become a divine king, even some regular late divine kings would not dare to take it on. Boom! In an instant, the two of them clashed, and a violent roar erupted. Terrifying energy exploded in the sky like fireworks, roaring and wreaking havoc in all directions. In the outside world, such a powerful storm of energy was enough to flatten an entire city. However, in a wondrous place like the Neptunian mountains, it was unable to harm even a single blade of grass. Bai Qi's mocking smile froze at that moment. His expression changed rapidly, becoming rather interesting. Disbelief filled his eyes. When Jianquan's palm strike landed on his hammer, Bai Qi only felt a terrifying power pass through the hammer, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He staggered backwards uncontrollably as his sleeves were reduced to ashes in a single moment. The area between his thumb and forefinger had cracked. Impossible! You've clearly only just become a divine king. How can you be so powerful? Bai Qi cried out as he stared at Jianquan like he was looking at a monster. On the other side, Bai He and Heya, who did not take Jianquan seriously, narrowed their eyes as well. They both stared at Jianquan in disbelief. There were quite a few late Divine King by the fifth prince's side, but among all the late Divine King experts, Bai Qi was only second to Mr. Xu. Now, he had actually been forced back by an early Divine King. This completely flipped their worldview. If I wasn't so powerful, I probably would have become a corpse beneath your feet already, Jianquan said emotionlessly. As soon as he emerged from seclusion, Bai Qi, Heya, and Heya had come to kill him. This made him extremely furious as a powerful killing intent grew within him. Bai Qi was very powerful. Although he could not compare to the legendary Divine King, he was definitely not someone a regular late Divine King could compare to. If it were not for the fact that he had not broken through yet, he really might have ended up in a life-threatening situation if he faced the three of them so rashly. Jianquan took a step forward and crossed over 1,000 meters, appearing before the shocked Bai Qi as if he had teleported. He raised his hand and sent out a strand of Daluo sword qi, engaging in an intense battle with Bai Qi. Jianquan's current strength was truly immeasurable. He fought Bai Qi barehandedly. Every single move he made possessed a terrifying force that was as vast as the ocean, firmly suppressing Bai Qi, who wielded a supreme quality saint artifact. Arg! Bai Qi bellowed out as his presence skyrocketed. He struck out as hard as he could, unleashing various peak truth tier battle skills as he engaged in an intense battle with Jianquan. Each time they clashed, a powerful storm of energy would erupt, spreading across the surroundings. Although it was unable to harm a single blade of grass in the Neptunian mountains, it had alarmed all the people cultivating there. Several dozen divine kings had silently gathered in the distance where the two of them were fighting. All of them hovered in the air, spectating the battle from very far away. That late God King should come from a large organization. His origin energy is dense and pure, and his cultivation method is extremely extraordinary. Moreover, the battle skills he knows are of the very best. They're all at the 9th grade of the truth tier. His current strength is only slightly weaker than the monstrous geniuses who have made it onto the God King's throne. What's truly dazzling is his opponent. That person seems to have only reached the Divine King recently, yet he possesses such terrifying battle prowess. It's unbelievable. He can fight against late Divine King experts as soon as he has reached the Divine King realm. It's difficult to imagine just how impressive he was when he was an overgod. The Divine Kings who had gathered in the surroundings all sighed in amazement. They looked at Jianquan with fear. Once this person reaches the late Divine King, he'll definitely become a Supreme Divine King, and he'll definitely make it into the top 100. He might even be able to surpass me and make it into the top 10 of the Divine King's throne. A black-robed God King was surrounded by a group of people like a moon surrounded by stars in the crowd. He stood out very much as he commented on Jianquan. The Divine King seemed to be in his 30s. His presence was concealed, making him seem like an ordinary person. However, he seemed to possess the presence of a ruler. It was like he was a future king who was still growing up in the fields. An ambitious person. The young master is correct. This child is indeed extraordinary. His future is limitless. Of course, that's only if he matures successfully. After all, there have been quite a few supreme monstrous geniuses in the history of the saints' world, but most of them died before they were fully fledged. There aren't a lot of people who truly matured and stood at the very apex, said a ruddy old man behind the black-robed divine king. Chapter 2062. Deafening booms rang out incessantly, like thunderclaps exploding high up in the sky, resounding through the horizon and reverberating through the mountains. Jianchen and Bai Qi had not fought for very long, but it was extremely intense. Faced with Jianchen's storm-like attacks, Bai Qi was immediately forced to retreat. He showed signs of defeat. He was quite injured. Slashes from the sword had appeared on his body, and he was covered in blood. Bai Qi's sister, Bai He, and He were dumbstruck. They were flabbergasted. They found it hard to accept such an outcome. The three of them had come under the fifth prince's orders to kill Jianchen's group. In the beginning, they did not take them seriously at all. In their eyes, killing Jianchen's group was as easy as raising a hand. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. They even wanted to use powerful techniques to kill them in a single strike to prevent Jianchen's group from escaping through some mysterious methods. However, the scene before them was so dramatic. Let alone killing Jianchen's group in a single strike, they did not even know if they could emerge victorious. "Brother, let me help you," Bai He called out. She charged over with a slender sword in her hand, working with Bai Qi and He to deal with Jianchen. The two siblings were filled with killing intent. They struck out mercilessly, completely focused on killing Jianchen. They seemed like they would not stop until they killed Jianchen. Jianchen showed no fear. His chaotic body had reached the 12th layer, and his body had undergone a qualitative leap. It had undergone a huge metamorphosis, making him extremely powerful. His hand shone with a layer of dark light as it was enveloped by a layer of chaotic force. It tore through the air as a blur and struck Bai He's sword with unimaginable force. Hum! Bai He's sword produced a deep hum as it trembled from Jianchen's powerful strike. A great force passed through the sword and into Bai He's body, immediately causing her face to change. She grunted as the sound of bones cracking rang out from her right arm that gripped the sword. At the same time, Bai Qi bellowed out as well. He gathered a great amount of power in his hammer, which shone with blinding light as he swung it down with a powerful battle skill. Jianchen dealt with the attacks of the two siblings at the same time. He moved with great composure, using the Daluo sword to block Bai Qi's battle skill while stabbing his other hand into Bai Qi's chest with resplendent light. Spurt! Jianchen's figure was hazy and unstoppable. It directly pierced through Bai Qi's armor and emerged from his back. Blood sprayed from Bai Qi's mouth as he retreated with lightning speed. He was 1,000 meters away in a single instant as shock filled his eyes. In reality, he was extremely perplexed. When he saw Jianchen in the divine medicinal garden, he did not feel like Jianchen was particularly powerful, yet he had become so powerful now. What kind of power is that? Bai Qi was secretly shocked. He naturally knew that Jianchen's battle prowess was so great not only because of his powerful sword techniques, but also because of the violent, destructive power he grasped, as well as his body that was comparable to a high-quality saint artifact. "Brother, let's kill him with a combined attack." Bai He and Bai Qi gathered together. With Bai He's cry, the two of them immediately used a secret technique. Dazzling light enveloped them as they fused their powers together to unleash their strongest attack. Immediately, ripples of energy permeated the surroundings. A huge pillar of energy shot toward Jianchen with lightning-like speed, carrying the power of the two siblings' cultivation and the power of laws. Jianchen felt like his presence had been locked onto by the combined attack of the siblings, making it impossible for him to dodge. However, he showed no fear. With a thought, he used the Tai sword technique and shot over as a sword with the powerful body of the chaotic body. Boom! Jianshan's combined attack collapsed in a single strike. However, Jianshan's presence did not weaken at all. He turned into a huge sword as light revolved around him. He was as dazzling as the sun as he pierced through the siblings like a hot knife through butter. The light around Bai Qi and Bai He retracted, revealing their figures. However, the two of them were stunned at this moment. Their eyes were lifeless, and they fell out of the sky together. A tiny slash had appeared between their eyebrows. Their souls had been pulverized, and their souls had been wiped out. With their strength, even if they were not Jianshan's opponent, Jianshan would not necessarily be able to stop them if they wanted to flee. However, the two of them had never considered fleeing. They only wanted to kill Jianshan's group of 4 and report back to the 5th prince. In the end, they had both died on the spot. Jianshan removed their space rings and stowed them away without even looking at them. He was also covered in blood. It was no longer possible to tell if it was his or Bai He's blood. Arg! At this moment, a miserable cry rang out from the distance. Heya wanted to flee when he saw that the situation was bad, but he ended up smashing into an invisible barrier, causing his head to bleed profusely. Jianshan looked at Heya as a sliver of doubt appeared on his face. In the next moment, he appeared before Heya and asked emotionlessly, "Why does the 5th prince want to kill us?" It's because of Yunshin." Heya's face was covered in blood. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape, so he could only tell him everything he knew. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he heard the whole story. Heavy killing intent surged out. He had never thought that the reason the 5th prince wanted to kill him would be because Yunshin wanted to kill him. Now that I've killed Bai He and Bai He, it can be said that my grievances with the 5th prince have truly been formed. Jianshan's gaze towards Heya immediately became cold when he thought up to there. Sensing Jianshan's killing intent, Heya's heart shivered. He said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I swear that if you spare my life, I'll definitely be useful to you." Chanlong also arrived through the air and appeared before Jianshan. He studied Heya and said to Jianshan, "Jianshan, this person does indeed have some special abilities. He might be useful if we keep him alive." A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He stared at Heya and said, "Tell me how you can help us. Give me a reason why I shouldn't kill you." Heya's eyes immediately lit up in despair. As if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw, he explained in a hurry, "I have an innate ability. As long as I've seen someone before, I'll be able to clearly sense their location as long as their cultivation doesn't exceed mine by too much, no matter how they try to hide themselves or change their appearance or presence, no matter how far away they are. I'll be able to find them from there." Heya glanced at Jianshan uneasily. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, "This time, the reason why we were able to find your exact location was because I saw you recently. As a result, no matter how well hidden you are, you won't be able to escape from me." Jianshan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Heya's ability was indeed extraordinary. Could be of great use at certain crucial moments. Chapter 2063. Heya immediately paused when he heard that. He seemed troubled. Submitting to Jianshan was equivalent to betraying the 5th prince. "You're not willing?" Jianshan's voice sank. Heya hesitated. After a moment of silence, he finally made up his mind when he thought about how Jianshan could easily kill Bai Qi and Bai He when he had just reached the Divine King realm. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not impossible for me to submit to you, but you have to ensure that the 5th prince and his group can't leave the Blue Poseidon Palace. Otherwise, if the 5th prince learns that I've betrayed him, my clan will be destroyed. If you can't do that, I'd rather die by your hands than bring disaster to my clan." Heya had no feelings for the 5th prince at all. This was because when he became the 5th prince's guard, he had not done it willingly. Instead, the 5th prince had threatened him with his clan and forced him to join. As a result, He had always resented the fifth prince. "All right, I promise you." Jianchen agreed without any hesitation. Heiya's innate ability truly delighted him. It would come in handy sooner or later. Moreover, he had killed Bai Qi and Bai He, so he had already become enemies with the fifth prince. The fifth prince would definitely not let this matter rest, so they would fight sooner or later. Afterwards, Heiya immediately swore his loyalty to Jianchen. However, he also made it clear before he swore that as long as Jianchen did not get rid of the fifth prince, he would not be considered one of Jianchen's people. "I need to leave first and find a place to hide. I can't let the fifth prince know that I've betrayed him. Otherwise, once he leaves the Poseidon Palace alive, my clan will be done for," Heiya said sternly. "Just stay in the Neptunian mountains. You'll be very safe here. No one will be able to threaten you. If the fifth prince's group finds their way here, they'll be dead for sure even if they have the protection of experts like the Divine King," said Master Qianlong. Heiya looked at Qianlong. He could not help but think of the scene where Bai He's orchid had exploded for no reason. He asked fearfully, "Were you the one who secretly helped me escape earlier?" Master Qianlong nodded. "All right, I'll stay in the Neptunian mountains for now," Heiya agreed in an extremely straightforward manner. Afterwards, Heiya found a cave nearby and used it as a temporary dwelling. Jianchen looked at Qianlong and asked, "Looks like you've come across a fortuitous encounter here as well. Even I was surprised by how you killed the orchid, and I failed to notice anything when you stopped Heiya from escaping." Qianlong exhaled deeply and said, "I did come across a fortuitous encounter. Jianchen, would you believe me if I told you that I can kill primordial realm experts effortlessly here?" Jianchen's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Qianlong. He was extremely stern as he stared at him seriously. Only after quite a while did he say, "I believe you can do it, but why do you suddenly possess such great strength?" "I can control the Grand Exalt's formation in the Neptunian mountains. The entire region has become my territory." Qianlong did not hide anything from Jianchen, telling him the truth. Jianchen's eyes narrowed in shock when he heard that. He struggled to maintain his composure. After quite a while, he sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed down. He stared at the severed limbs of the orchid. He knew that the orchid had been slain by the Grand Exalt's formation under Qianlong's control. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. With a flash, he appeared in the severed limbs of the orchid. He discovered a thumb-sized seed in one of the severed roots. It shone with a hazy light as it nurtured a powerful presence of life. It was extraordinary. Master, this is the immortal devouring orchid." At this moment, the sword spirits' voices rang out in Jianchen's head. The immortal devouring orchid is a product of the immortals' world. It can only be produced in the immortals' world. This orchid can cultivate by devouring all living things. It grows at an extremely shocking rate. It's an extremely special life form, and it's extremely rare even in the immortals' world. Many large sects and organizations will carefully nurture an immortal devouring orchid as a guardian spirit, said the sword spirits. Although the immortals' world and the saints' world are enemies, there are still some people who will cross over. The immortal devouring orchid came from the immortals' world. It's just that many people in the saints' world don't recognize the immortal devouring orchid, nor do they know its true value. Otherwise, it would have never been buried like this. Now that the immortal devouring orchid is dead, only a seed remains. Jianchen shook his head and sighed gently. Master, the immortal devouring orchid is born from a seed. The seed in your hand is equivalent to a descendant of the immortal devouring orchid. Master, drop a droplet of blood on the seed so that it possesses your presence. That way, once the seed matures, it will treat you as its only master. At the same time, Master's blood is the blood of chaos, so once the immortal devouring orchid fuses with your blood, it will evolve even further. The immortal devouring orchid is a special life form. It grows extremely quickly, so I believe it will become a great assistance to Master very soon. Qing Sua's gentle and clear voice rang out in Jianqin's head, urging him to drip a droplet of blood on the seed, as soon as possible. Jianqin did not drip a droplet of blood on the seed immediately. Instead, he asked Qianlong for the seed. After all, Qianlong had killed the immortal devouring orchid, so logically speaking, it should belong to him. Since you're interested in the seed, feel free to take it. Qianlong did not care at all. In reality, he had traveled with Jianqin from the Cloud Plain, going through trials and tribulations together. They had gone through who knew how many battles of life and death together. They had truly crossed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, so they had already established a deep friendship. Jianqin no longer hesitated. He dripped a droplet of chaotic blood on the seed without any hesitation. The blood immediately fused with the seed silently. After absorbing the droplet of chaotic blood, the pulses of life within the immortal devouring orchid clearly surged. It shone with even brighter light. The seed really is undergoing a transformation. This transformation will probably last for a few days. Jianqin could not help but secretly feel eager as he sensed the changes within the seed. He knew that the sword spirits would not speak without thinking. Since they had said that the seed would become a great assistance to him very soon, the seed might really bring him a pleasant surprise. Jianqin, what's happened here? At this moment, Kea emerged from the cave. He frowned when he saw the corpses of Bai Qi and Bai He as well as the blood on Jianqin. Kea, you've broken through to the Divine King as well. Jianqin stared at Kea and immediately became overjoyed. He told Kea everything that had just happened. Kea's eyes turned cold after learning about the entire situation. He sneered. The fifth prince really is ignorant. Does he think that he can do whatever he wants with his measly strength? Jianqin's face stiffened. He stared at Kea blankly and asked in concern, Kea, are you fine? For some reason, the current Kea actually seemed rather unfamiliar to Jianqin. His voice that was filled with coldness actually possessed a sense of superiority, as if he looked down on everyone in the world. Almost 50 Divine King had gathered around the fifth prince, as well as Mr. Shu who wielded a god artifact. This was already a rather powerful force, yet it was only measly in Kea's words. According to Jianqin's understanding, Kea was not someone like that. Even if she was powerful enough to crush the fifth prince and the others, she would not say something like that. Qianlong also stared at Kea in surprise and doubt. Although he had not known Kea for very long, he knew what kind of person Kea was and what kind of personality she had. Qianlong also found Kea's words to be rather unfamiliar. However, there was also a sense of familiarity within this unfamiliarity, as if this was how it should be, which made Qianlong feel conflicted. Chapter 2064. I'm fine. Kea was indifferent, as if even she had not realized that what she had just said was completely different from her usual self. Jianqin said nothing more. He stared at Kea in surprise and doubt. An increase in strength will indeed make people's confidence swell. Moreover, with the battle prowess Kea displayed as an overgod, she probably won't be any weaker than me now that she's become a divine king. Is it because Kea is progressing too quickly and her status has increased with her strength, which has caused some sort of change in her mental state? Jianqin thought. He could not help but worry for Kea. He had no idea whether what had happened to Kea was good or bad. If things continued to develop like this, would Kea become even colder and even more heartless when she broke through to the primordial realm in the future? According to what he knew, whether it was the immortals' world or the saints' world, there were many supreme experts who became emotionless, viewing others as ants. Kea, you're progressing just too quickly. If this continues, your mental state probably won't be able to keep up. You need to slow down your growth in strength in the future. Pay more attention to the cultivation of your mental state, Jianqin said sternly. All right. Kea's heart warmed when she saw the concern in Jianqin's eyes. She replied gently, and her face became gentle again. She no longer possessed the sharpness and coldness from before. What should we do next? Are we going to deal with the fifth prince directly? Master Chanlong asked. Since you've agreed to Heya, we can't let the fifth prince go. Kea looked at Jianchen and said. Jianchen lowered his head and muttered to himself, there's no need to rush to deal with the fifth prince. Right now, the fifth prince has quite a number of people around him. It'll be quite difficult to kill him. However, fights can be seen everywhere in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. I believe that the fifth prince and the others cannot avoid all kinds of disputes in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. As long as there is a dispute, they will definitely suffer losses. When their strength is severely damaged, it won't be too late for us to deal with him. Aren't you afraid that Yunxin will die? Kea suddenly asked. Jianchen shook his head with a smile. We only have a cooperative relationship with the Yun family. Even though Yunxin left with the fifth prince, and we couldn't fulfill our promise of protecting her for a year, we did obtain a spiritual root of heavenly ways for the Yun family. That's enough to make up for everything. Therefore, we don't owe the Yun family anything. As for whether the spiritual root of the heavenly way is a blessing or a curse for Yunxin, that will depend on her luck. Of course, if she can leave the Tsang Poseidon Palace ahead of time, she'll be much safer. However, we've already done what we need to do. Yunxin's choice has nothing to do with us anymore. Let's go. Let's go to the Divine Medicinal Garden. With our current strength and a formations master like Chanlong, it should be much easier for us to collect the God-tier heavenly resources in the Divine Medicinal Garden. Jianchen and the others were filled with confidence. Not only had their strength increased, but they also had the Neptunian Mountains as a path of retreat. Even if they encountered powerful opponents that they could not defeat, they could retreat to the Neptunian Mountains. Afterwards, Jianchen and the others hurried to the Divine Medicinal Garden with Xiao Zhengsong. When they left the range of the Neptunian Mountains, Jianchen asked Chanlong secretly, Master Chanlong, can you still control the formation in the Neptunian Mountains? Chanlong sensed silently before shaking his head. I can't. I can only control the Grand Exalt's formation when I'm in the Neptunian Mountains. Jianchen nodded. He understood what was going on. Very soon, they arrived in the Divine Medicinal Garden under Xiao Zhengsong's lead. However, when they entered the Divine Medicinal Garden through a narrow path, all of them became stunned. The enormous Divine Medicinal Garden was filled with divine-tier heavenly treasures, and they emitted waves of pure energy. However, at this moment there was not a single person in sight. Something's wrong. This is very abnormal. Unless the Tsang Poseidon Palace is about to close, it's impossible for the Divine Medicinal Garden to be empty. Something must have happened recently. I'll go find someone to understand the situation, Xiao Zhengsong said sternly before immediately investigating the situation. Very soon, Xiao Zhengsong returned. He said to Jianchen and the others, a chaotic prime's legacy has appeared several 100,000 kilometers away from the Divine Medicinal Garden. The legacy is rather different. As long as you gain its recognition, you can inherit the chaotic prime's legacy. As a result, many people have hurried over in hopes of trying their luck. The people in the Divine Medicinal Garden should be there as well. The light in Jianchen's eyes flickered when he heard that. He said to Chanlong, Kea, and Xiao Zhengsong, are you interested in the legacy of a chaotic prime? Chanlong and Kea shook their heads. So what if we're interested? We don't even need to think to know that many people have gathered there. You can imagine how difficult it is to gain the recognition of the legacy. Instead of wasting time, why don't we use this time to do something useful? Xiao Zhengsong sighed gently. He knew himself very well. Jianchen nodded. He ignored the chaotic prime's legacy and directly began to destroy the formations that protected the God-tier heavenly resources. The formations that protected the God-tier heavenly resources were extremely tough, but no formation that was tough could do without the support of energy. As a result, Master Qianlong cast down the heavens blockade formation and trapped a flower of ways, cutting off the energy source of the formation. As a result, the formation protecting the god-tier heavenly herbs could not replenish its energy at all. I've already cut off the formation's energy source. Let's waste away the formation's energy ourselves. That way we'll be able to control the strength of the formation better, said Master Qianlong. Afterwards, the four of them attacked the formation together. 5 colored pulses of energy surged out, forming a huge storm of energy in the divine medicinal garden. The formation protecting the flower of ways was very powerful. Even after being cut off by Qianlong's blockade formation, it still took Jianchen and the others an entire day to drain away the formation's energy. Crack! With a gentle sound, the formation immediately collapsed. The flower of ways that was protected by the formation appeared before Jianchen and the others without any concealment. Jianchen's breathing became rather heavy. His gaze towards the flower of ways burned with desire. He could clearly remember how Fairy Haoyue had gone as far as to offend the 9th prince of the Blood Sun Empire and destroy the Een Mountains of Seven's despair for the flower of ways. It's said that the flower of ways can increase the chances of a peak expert like the Divine King breaking through to infinite prime by 50%. It's extremely precious in the saint's world. Xiao Jing also looked at the flower of ways eagerly as he drooled. Jianchen immediately took out a jade box and stored the flower of ways away carefully. He said, "There are still quite a few flowers of ways in the divine medicinal garden. There are over a dozen of them. Let's dig them all up first before splitting them." No one had any objections. Afterwards, Qianlong cast down the blockade formation around the second flower of ways. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen and the others had already stayed in the divine medicinal garden for half a month. They had already dug up all the flowers of ways in the garden, leaving not a single one behind. Only the roots remained, waiting for them to bloom again in the future. Jianchen and the others did not stop there. After digging up the flower of ways, they continued to move on to the other god-tier heavenly resources. There were many god-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. They came in all sorts and varieties. Let alone Jianchen and the others, even the knowledgeable Xiao Jing could not tell what they were. He could only confirm that the heavenly resources were extremely precious and unimaginably valuable. The flowers of ways that Jianchen and the others had dug up were not even a single hair on the face of all the heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. At this moment, a burly, middle-aged man appeared in the divine medicinal garden. He was immediately stunned when he saw Jianchen carefully stowing away a god-tier heavenly resource. Afterwards, he glanced around the divine medicinal garden instinctively and discovered that only the roots remained. His face immediately changed as he cried out in shock, "Why, you've taken away all the flowers of ways? Seal him up. We can't let this information leak." Jianchen's face sank. He charged towards the man without any hesitation and struck out decisively. Kea struck out at the same time as well. He erupted with shocking battle intent as he used the laws of destruction and the laws of fire to deal with the man alongside Jianchen. The man was only a mid-divine king. Either Jianchen or Kea could kill him easily in a one-on-one battle, let alone when the two of them worked together this time. As a result, the man was sealed up in a single clash before being knocked out by Jianchen with a punch. "Should I cast down a formation at the entrance to stop people from entering?" Master Qianlong asked. Jianchen rejected his suggestion without any hesitation. He said, "Wouldn't that be obvious? We can't do that. We need to destroy the formation faster." As he said that, Jianchen took out the Anata tower and sucked the man into it. The man would wake up very soon. Even if he was sealed up, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not use some other method to send out a message. Only by throwing him into the miniature world of the Anata tower could Jianchen stop worrying. Suddenly, Jianchen's gaze towards the Anata tower narrowed. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly tossed the Anata Tower into the air. Under his control, the Anata Tower rapidly swelled up, becoming a small tower that was 10 meters tall. He directly smashed down on the formation that protected the god tier. Immediately, the formation began to flicker rapidly. The power of the entire formation actually began to weaken at an unbelievable rate. Just that had depleted 80% of the formation's power. Jianshan's eyes lit up. He carefully controlled the power of the Anata Tower and smashed down a second time. He wanted to destroy the formation in a single stroke. Bang! In the end, with a heavy sound, the 10-meter-tall Anata Tower directly smashed through the formation. It directly smashed into the ground with a force that was thousands of times greater than a mountain, causing the ground of the garden to shake violently as if an earthquake was happening. The god-tier heavenly resource had obviously been smashed to pieces by the Anata Tower without any suspense. However, Jianshan and the others did not feel pained at all. Instead, they were all overjoyed. Chapter 2065. Qianlong, you cast down the heavens blockade formation. I'll get through it. We have to hurry up now. We have to collect as many god-tier heavenly resources as possible before those people return to the divine medicinal garden. Jianshan said urgently. These god-tier heavenly resources were just far too important to him because they represented a tremendous amount of wealth. They were directly related to his plans to go to the Skyfire Plain and Profound Ice Plain. With the assistance of the Anata Tower, Jianshan and the others got through the formations several times faster. They only needed 4 hours to get through the formations that would have taken them 20 hours before. Their method of getting through the formations was very simple. Qianlong would cast down a heavens blockade formation for each god-tier heavenly resource to cut off the energy of the formations before Jianshan would smash them with the Anata Tower, instantly depleting 70 or 80% of the formation's energy. The remaining energy would be used by Jianshan, Kea, and Shaojing together. They would constantly attack the formations until they ran out of energy. It's a pity that I can't control every bit of the Anata Tower's power perfectly, so I can't smash it a second time. Otherwise, I could have just swung the Anata Tower a few times and smashed through the formation in a single stroke. It would have been much faster. Jianshan felt some pity as he looked at the small, damaged tower in his hand that had shrunk to the size of a palm. In the following period of time, Jianshan and the others busied themselves collecting god-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. They completely forgot about the time. They could basically harvest 5 or more god-tier heavenly resources every single day, so in just a little over a month, they had collected over 100 god-tier heavenly resources of various grades. During this period of time, Kea, Qianlong, and Shaojing had to stop several times because they had consumed too much origin energy. They used supreme-grade divine crystals to recover their origin energy. Only Jianshan consumed his origin energy at an extremely slow rate due to the special chaotic force he cultivated. As a result, he did not consume any energy in the past month. However, he could vaguely sense that the chaotic Niden in his dantian had clearly shrunk compared to before. Sigh, what bad luck! There were so many divine kings, but they actually lost to a mere overgod, allowing that mere overgod to obtain that chaotic prime's legacy. Yeah, I really can't accept this. This is a legacy left behind by a chaotic prime. Even if we can't obtain it, it would be good if another divine king could obtain it. I never thought that an overgod would obtain it in the end, but that overgod won't have it easy either. The legacy of a chaotic prime is not that easy to obtain. There are quite a few divine kings outside the legacy. Once she emerges from the legacy, those divine kings will never spare her. Who cares about that? Our talent is limited anyway. The difference between us and those supreme prodigies is just too great. The legacies of chaotic primes are just too insignificant to us. Let's just stay in the divine medicinal garden obediently and obtain a flower of ways so that we can prepare for breaking through to the primordial realm. At this moment, 5 men and women of varying ages walked in from outside as they conversed. They directly arrived in the divine medicinal garden. But soon, the 5 of them were stunned. Their gazes all gathered in front of them, all looking in the same direction. There, a small tower that was 10 meters tall was floating in the air. This small pagoda was very dilapidated. Every floor of the 9-story pagoda was covered with sword scars. It was almost destroyed beyond recognition. However, even though the tower was extremely damaged, the presence it gave off was extremely powerful. It made the 5 of them feel extremely pressured and suffocated. Boom! Under the gazes of the 5 of them, the small pagoda smashed into the formation below with a force as vast as a mountain. With a muffled sound, the energy maintaining the formation weakened at an inconceivable rate. Heavens, am I seeing things? Just a single strike from the tower has drained 80% of the formation's energy. The 5 of them were stunned on the spot as they felt the energy flow from the formation. Soon after, they looked towards the small pagoda, their eyes filled with intense heat. A god artifact for destroying formations. That's basically a god artifact for destroying formations. With this god artifact in hand, the formations protecting the god-tier heavenly herbs are basically useless. Over a dozen flowers of ways are gone. Not a single one is left. Have the 4 of them taken all of them? The 5 people from the same organization cried out. They were overjoyed as they stared at Jianchen. The 10-meter-tall tower had already shrunk to the size of a hand. Jianchen held it. Jianchen turned around with the Anata tower in hand. He stared at the 5 people who had just entered the divine medicinal garden coldly. Chanlong, Kea, and Shaojing stopped trying to destroy the formation as well. They also looked at the 5 people with sunken faces. There were 3 men and 2 women among the 5 people. Aside from the woman who was a mid-divine king, the other 4 were late divine king. It was not difficult for them to kill all of them with their strength, but they were unable to stop them from fleeing. An older, middle-aged man checked the cultivation of Jianchen's group of 4, and the light in his eyes flickered by an undetectable amount. He immediately clasped his fist at Jianchen's group and said, "We come from the White Cloud sect on the Skyfire Plain. Greetings, fellow." "The Skyfire Plain? You come from the Skyfire Plain?" Jianchen was immediately surprised when he heard that. The middle-aged man was surprised by Jianchen's reaction. He smiled. "That's right. We come from the Skyfire Plain. Do you come from the Skyfire Plain as well?" "I don't come from the Skyfire Plain. It's just that I have a close relative on the Skyfire Plain," Jianchen said as the light in his eyes flickered. The middle-aged man chuckled. "It looks like we do have some fate with you. Now that the Chaotic Prime's legacy has an owner, the people who have left the divine medicinal garden will return soon. You don't have much time left." The middle-aged man paused when he reached there. "With your strength, the amount of god-tier heavenly herbs you can obtain will be extremely limited even with the formation-breaking treasures. However, we're willing to help you get through the formation as long as we can get a flower of ways from you." "Sure." After a moment of hesitation, Jianchen agreed in the end. One reason was because the middle-aged man came from the Skyfire Plain, so he wanted to learn some information about the Taoist sect of divine sound from them. The other reason was because he was not completely confident in keeping the 5 of them here. As long as a single one of them managed to escape, it would lead to great trouble. Afterwards, with the addition of the 5 divine king from the White Cloud sect, Jianchen and the others got through the formations even faster. The formations that originally required 4 hours were shortened to under an hour. In just a single day, they got through over a dozen formations and obtained over a dozen god-tier heavenly herbs. However, due to the addition of outsiders, both Jianchen and Kea remained cautious. They held back the strength they displayed, only unleashing the Divine King's normal level of early Divine King. What a profound formation! It can actually sever the connection between the formations and the world, preventing them from being replenished by the power of the Azure Poseidon Palace. The 5 divine kings from the White Cloud sect also praised Qianlong's formations. However, when they looked at the Anata Tower, their gazes were filled with extremely well-hidden desire and greed. P.S. There's still one more chapter. It will be updated later. At the same time, please listen to Xiaoyao's message. After the daily update, Xiaoyao will notify you through the message. Search Xingxingxiao 110. Chapter 2066. Jianchen, Kea, Xiaozheng, and Qianlong did not seem to notice the burning desire in the gazes of the divine king from the White Cloud sect. They were all focused on getting through the formations and collecting as many god-tier heavenly resources as possible. During this time, a few people returned to the divine medicinal garden one after another. Without any exception, none of them met a good end. They were all killed by the god-kings of the White Cloud sect who had volunteered to kill them. Ever since the divine king from the White Cloud sect began working with Jianchen's group, Jianchen and Kea were only responsible for unleashing the battle prowess of a divine king obediently, exhausting the energy of the formations diligently to deal with the other cultivators who had entered the divine medicinal garden. Naturally, there were a few of the 5 divine kings from the White Cloud sect who believed their cultivation to be greater. Elder Ing, I feel like there's something off about the people called Jianchen. After killing 2 groups of cultivators that had entered the divine medicinal garden, the woman with the weakest cultivation among the 5 god kings of the White Cloud sect sent a message to the middle-aged man. Elder Ing was the middle-aged man who had spoken to Jianchen earlier. He was the most powerful elder of the White Cloud sect. If he fought alone, none of the late divine king elders in the White Cloud sect would be his opponent. As a result, Elder Ing naturally became the backbone of the 5. Elder Shi, what's wrong? Elder Ing asked. They were communicating secretly. Aside from the 2 of them, even the other 3 people from the White Cloud sect were unable to hear what they were saying. Elder Ing, don't you think they're too calm? They don't fear us at all. Even when we killed the divine king who had entered the divine medicinal garden earlier, their expressions did not change at all. Elder Shi said secretly as she studied Jianchen's group. Haha, Elder Shi, you can see that they only know how to solve the array formation. From this point alone, you can already see that their hearts are not as calm as they appear to be. The calmness you see in your eyes is only a facade, a reflection of the nervousness in their hearts. Moreover, the 4 of them are only early divine king. Do you really think they can do anything? Elder Ing said indifferently. He did not take Jianchen's group seriously at all. But, there's no buts. Elder Shi, do you really have no confidence in us? The 4 of us are late divine king, while you're a mid-divine king. Do you really think we can't deal with the 4 of them? Elder Ing interrupted Elder Shi impatiently. Elder Shi said nothing more. She glanced at Jianchen's group from time to time. She had a vague feeling that Jianchen's group was not faking their calmness. It was as if they really did not take them seriously at all. However, when Elder Shi came to this conclusion, even she found it rather hard to believe. She had already used the secret techniques of the White Cloud sect to observe Jianchen's group. They were indeed only early divine king. How could 4 early divine king pose any threat to them? Jianchen had also asked about the situation of the Taoist sect of divine sound. However, to his disappointment, their sects were too far away from the Taoist sect of divine sound, so their knowledge was extremely limited. Apart from the fact that the Taoist sect of divine sound was located in the central region of the Skyfire Plain, they knew nothing else. As the formations were destroyed one by one, Jianchen's group collected more and more divine herbs. Whenever they collected a divine herb, the hearts of the 5 divine king from the White Cloud sect would beat faster. They suppressed their excitement and passion deep within their hearts. It was as if the person collecting the divine herbs was not Jianchen but themselves. Another 3 divine kings have come. One of them is a late divine king. At this moment, Elder Ying's face sank slightly. He left Jianchen, Kea, and the others to continue destroying the formations while the 5 of them directly went up to fight. They had purposefully chosen the only entrance for the battle. They were not afraid that Jianshan's group would take advantage of the chaos to flee. So you've been secretly harvesting divine herbs here, and you even want to silence me. Don't even think about it. A late divine king who fought against the elders of the White Cloud sect understood everything in the divine medicinal garden very soon. He bellowed out and did not linger in the battle any longer. He fled as quickly as he could while paying the price of being heavily injured. God damn it, we let him escape, the elders of the White Cloud sect said with resentment. The elders of the White Cloud sect said resentfully before killing the 2 other god kings mercilessly. They arrived before Jianshan with ashen faces. The news of this place will leak out very soon. Once others know that we have a large amount of divine-level heavenly treasures in our hands, they will definitely not let us go. They will attack us in groups. We have to leave this place immediately. Elder Ing said in a deep voice, his expression very ugly. Jianshan's group understood the severity of the matter as well. They immediately stopped destroying the formations and stowed away the Anata tower before leaving with the 5 of them. Chanlong removed the Heavens Blockade formation as well. Without it, the formation that had lost 80% of its energy immediately began to absorb the energy of the Poseidon Palace to replenish itself. There was a dwelling several 100,000 kilometers away from the divine medicinal garden. The entire dwelling was enveloped by an extremely powerful formation, pulsing with powerful energy. Many godhood cultivators gathered outside the formation, ranging from overgods to divine kings. There were even a few gods among them. With so many of us here, I refuse to believe she can take away the Chaotic Prime's legacy. She can only blame her cultivation for being too low. She's only an overgod. Not only will the Chaotic Prime's legacy not bring her any benefits, but it'll even lead to her death. The group of divine kings stood guard outside the formation. They spoke sternly as they sneered viciously. They all stared into the dwelling without blinking. At the outermost edge of the crowd, there was a little girl of only 15 or 16 years of age. She wore plain clothes and stood gracefully beside a large tree. Her eyes were also tightly fixed on the cave dwelling, and her expression was filled with nervousness. Sister Ziyun, you can't let anything happen to you. You can't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. The girl clenched her hands tightly as she constantly prayed inside. She was extremely worried, and her delicate face had become rather pale from fright. Her cultivation was extremely low, only at the mortal realm. She had just become an Earth Saint Master. Let alone the godhood experts gathered here, even the shock waves from battles between Origin Realm experts were enough to kill a weak existence like her instantly. It was extremely dangerous to stand there. Fortunately, no battles had erupted in the surroundings of the dwelling. At this moment, a bloodied god king flew over with lightning speed from afar. He called out from very far away, "Someone possesses a treasure that specializes in getting through formations. They're wantonly collecting god-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. A quarter of the entire garden has been emptied out, and there's not a single flower of ways left. If you want the heavenly resources, stop them immediately. If you waste any more time, they'll definitely empty out the entire garden." What? A quarter of the entire divine medicinal garden has been emptied out. Is that true? There are over 1,000 heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. A quarter has been emptied out. Doesn't that mean over 200 heavenly resources have been taken away? Heavens, when the Poseidon Palace opened once in the past, only a few heavenly resources were taken away. A quarter has been emptied out all of a sudden. The words of the Divine King immediately caused all the Divine Kings in the surroundings to gasp. Their faces were filled with shock. There were also people who did not believe him. They doubted him, believing that he had ulterior motives. He was probably connected to the overgod who had obtained the legacy and wanted to draw them away. Chapter 2067. Everything I've said is the truth. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens that if I lie at all, I'm willing to suffer the pain of my soul being destroyed. The divine king swore firmly. His face was filled with worry as he said in a hurry, "Everyone, please hurry to the divine medicinal garden. We can't waste any time. Once they've fled far away, it'll be almost impossible for us to find them. Are you willing to see them leave happily with a quarter of the divine medicinal garden's heavenly resources while you're left empty-handed?" As expected, the divine king's words gained the trust of many people after he swore the oath. Immediately, a divine king among the divine king outside the formation called out, "It doesn't matter if he's telling the truth or not. The divine medicinal garden isn't very far from here anyway, so it's fine if we go take a look. If it's true, we can't let them leave. Let's go. Brothers, come with us to the divine medicinal garden." Many divine kings left, flying towards the divine medicinal garden in groups of 3 or 5. With their cultivation as divine kings, they naturally moved extremely quickly. They crossed several 100,000 kilometers very quickly and appeared in the divine medicinal garden. However, when they saw what was happening in the garden, their faces all changed. Sure enough, a quarter of the divine medicinal garden's heavenly resources had been dug away. Afterwards, they immediately used various methods to spread the news of what was happening in the garden, attracting many divine kings over once again. For a moment, the shocking news of a quarter of the divine medicinal garden's heavenly resources being dug away completely overshadowed the appearance of the chaotic prime's dwelling. The divine kings outside the dwelling hurried over to the divine medicinal garden one after another. "Bastard, who did this? They actually cleaned out so many heavenly resources in such a short amount of time. The 3 of us stayed here for so long and used everything we had, but we still couldn't get through a single formation. They've actually dug away a quarter of it before the primordial chaos cave abode appeared. Not a single divine herb was missing in the divine medicinal garden. Now that I've returned, there are actually so many divine herbs missing. It's unbelievable." What does that mean? It means that they've deciphered over 200 formations in less than a month of time. Fortunately, we noticed it in time, otherwise the entire divine medicinal garden would probably have been emptied out by them, and none of us would have noticed. We definitely can't let them leave with so many divine medicines. The divine medicines should belong to all of us. We should all have a share, you're right. We can't let them leave the Blue Poseidon Palace. The divine medicinal garden immediately erupted into chaos. Many of the divine king clenched their teeth in anger, especially when their gazes landed on that quarter of the empty space. Their eyes were practically spitting fire from jealousy. "Everyone, calm down. Let me use a secret technique to turn back time here. Let's see who dug up so many divine medicines." A white-robed, ruddy old man in white robes stood out from the crowd at a steady pace. Under the eager gazes of the divine king in the surroundings, he arrived at the center of the divine medicinal garden and used a secret technique to turn back time. Turning back time was clearly an extremely profound ability. As soon as it was used, the space there immediately became hazy. The chaotic space clashed with one another, creating an intense conflict. It caused the landscape there to become chaotic again. Very soon, when the chaotic space cleared up again, the scene of Jianshan's group and the 5 divine kings from the White Cloud sect breaking through the formations and collecting the divine medicines immediately appeared. The 9 of them were clearly shown to all the divine kings in the divine medicinal garden. "It's actually him. I've seen him before. His name is Jianshan. He defeated Mo Qing, who ranked first on the Overgod's plaque as an Overgod. I never thought he would actually become a divine king now. It really is Jianshan. I personally witnessed his battle against Mo Qing. There were quite a few divine kings who died to his hand. He's extremely powerful. Many divine kings recognized Jianchen with a single glance, and they all cried out. This was just far too surprising. They had never thought that the person who collected so many divine medicines would actually be Jianchen. Look, everyone! The treasure for breaking through formations is in Jianchen's hands. What kind of treasure is that? The formations that protect the divine medicines are so powerful, but not much energy remains once they're smashed by that treasure. The Anata Tower in Jianchen's hands became the focal point of everyone's eyes. However, while the Anata Tower could be clearly seen through the images of Jianchen's group, it could not be seen through the Anata Tower. All everyone saw was a hazy, golden ball of light. No one could see the true appearance of the Anata Tower. At this moment, the images of the Anata Tower burst like a bubble. The old man who had used the Anata Tower was pale as he shook violently. He stood there shakily and said weakly, "The treasure for breaking through formations is extremely extraordinary. Not only did I see their presences clearly with the Anata Tower's Anata Tower, but I was disrupted by the presence of the treasure, causing me to suffer an extremely great backlash." Before the old man had even finished speaking, he vomited blood. Clearly, he was heavily injured. What kind of treasure is that? It's actually so powerful. Many divine kings were surprised, but their eyes shone with a strange light. However, all the divine kings dispersed soon afterward. They all called out for Jianchen and the others as they left the divine medicinal garden in a hurry. Many of them used secret techniques to track down Jianchen and the others through various methods. At the same time, a woman who only seemed to be in her 20s concealed all of her presence in the chaotic prime's dwelling several 100,000 kilometers away from the divine medicinal garden. She hid in the depths of the dwelling as she stared outside carefully through the formations that protected the dwelling. She was the overgod who had obtained the recognition of a chaotic prime's legacy, as mentioned by all the god kings. In reality, she had indeed obtained the complete legacy of a chaotic prime from the Taoist sect of Neptunia. The chaotic prime's cultivation method, battle skills, comprehension of the laws of the world, and various other things had all been channeled into her head as a stream of consciousness a few days ago. It was engraved in the depths of her soul, allowing her to break through and become a divine king. However, there were just far too many god kings waiting outside the formation, so the woman who had obtained the legacy of a chaotic prime did not dare to go out at all. Xiao Man is still outside. I hope nothing happens to Xiao Man. The woman was filled with worry as she stared outside nervously. Even though most of the divine kings outside had already left due to what happened in the divine medicinal garden, there were still over 30 divine kings standing guard there. There were quite a few late divine kings among them. Even though the woman had obtained a chaotic prime's legacy, she was still not confident she could escape from these divine kings. After all, she had only obtained the legacy for far too short a time. Coupled with the fact that she was worried about Xiao Man outside, she was unable to calm down and comprehend the contents inside. It's a pity that I've already used up all the life-saving items Master and Masteress left me in the past in the Azure Poseidon Palace. The woman was filled with bitterness. Suddenly, the woman's face changed. She sensed the surroundings silently, and her heart immediately sank. Oh no, I've taken away the legacy, but I've also used up all the energy in the dwelling. The formations outside are weakening rapidly. They'll be useless before long. Chapter 2068. She's out. She's out. Young miss, please wait. The eyes of the people waiting outside the formation immediately lit up. Almost at the same time, all of them flew towards the woman. The tremendous presences of divine king experts radiated out like oceans. When the several dozen presences merged together in the air, origin energy seemed to come to a standstill. Moreover, they purposefully controlled their presences to crush the woman. It was as if they wanted to use the pressure of their presences to cut off the woman's ability to flee. The woman was extremely stern. She did not seem to be affected at all. She charged out as quickly as she could. Divine King. She's actually broken through to Divine King. No wonder she can endure our presences so easily. It really is the legacy of a chaotic prime. How long has it been? She's actually become a Divine King. The Divine King struggled to remain calm. They all cried out as the desire and greed in their eyes became heavier and heavier. Very soon, a late Divine King caught up to the woman. With her strength as a Divine King, she was naturally not the opponent of a late Divine King. As soon as they clashed, she lost the upper hand. Afterwards, she used the force of the collision to speed up a little, arriving before Xiao Man in a single instance. She grabbed Xiao Man and fled into the distance in a panic. "Sister Ziyun, are you fine?" Xiao Man looked at the blood on the corner of Ziyun's lips. Her face was extremely pale from fright as she became nervous and worried. Ziyun gritted her teeth. She said nothing. She used a secret technique and pushed her speed to the limit as quickly as she could. "Don't waste your strength. You won't be able to escape." Behind Ziyun, over 30 Divine Kings pursued her relentlessly. In particular, the late Divine King among them were much faster than Ziyun. They rapidly closed the distance between them and Ziyun. At the same time, Jianshan's group of 4 and the 5 Divine Kings of the White Cloud sect hurried away. They only stopped when they were 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Divine Medicinal Garden. It should be safe here. We're already so far away from the Divine Medicinal Garden. Even if someone passes by us right now, they won't be able to connect us to what happened in the Divine Medicinal Garden, said Elder Ing. He was unable to hide his excitement. It was not just him. Even the 4 other elders of the White Cloud sect were unable to hide their excitement. They all stared at Jianshan. Jianshan directly took out a flower of ways and said to the people of the White Cloud sect, "Thank you for helping us get through the formations in the Divine Medicinal Garden. If it weren't for your assistance, we definitely wouldn't have obtained so many heavenly resources. According to our agreement, this flower of ways belongs to you." The 5 of them looked at one another before looking at Jianshan meaningfully. One of the elders even said in an eccentric manner, "Brother, the 5 of us have helped you get through so many formations in the Divine Medicinal Garden, and we've even killed many experts who have entered the Divine Medicinal Garden. Without any exaggeration, it would have been impossible for you to obtain so many heavenly resources without our help. We've contributed so much, yet you're only giving us a single flower of ways. Do you really take us, the 5 elders of the White Cloud sect, as beggars?" Jianshan thought about it seriously and said, "That's right. Your appearance has indeed allowed us to collect over 20 God-tier heavenly resources. Although we had an agreement before, if we only gave you a single flower of ways, we would seem a little too selfish. How about this? Let's split the heavenly resources you've collected after coming. I'll give you 3 flowers of ways and over a dozen God-tier heavenly resources." The 5 elders of the White Cloud sect did not change in expression at all. They all gently shook their heads. "You're still not satisfied? How about I give you 3 more God-tier heavenly resources?" Jianshan asked. "That's too little, far too little. It's far from what we expected," Elder Ing said. "Then how much do you want?" Jianshan's face sank as he became displeased. However, he sneered inside. He knew what the Divine King of the White Cloud sect planned to do. "What we want is the entirety of your body. We've already counted the heavenly resources that were dug up from the Divine Medicinal Garden several times. There's a total of 266 heavenly resources. We want all of them." Elder Ing snickered as he stared at Jianshan with ill intentions. His excitement had already reached its limit. Aside from the peak organizations that stood at the apex of the Saints' world, who could nurture 266 God-tier heavenly resources with the entire Saints' world in perspective. If so many heavenly resources appeared in the Saints' world, it would be enough to cause an uproar. Even primordial realm experts would become envious. It's not just the 266 heavenly resources. We're also interested in the tower on you, another elder said as his eyes lit up. Aren't you going too far? Jianchen growled. The elders of the White Cloud sect looked at each other and smiled. We're not going too far, we're not going too far. It's all because you're too weak. You have wealth, but you don't have the strength to protect it. Chaos stepped forward. His eyes were cold as he said emotionlessly, I think even if we hand everything over to you, you won't spare us. Looks like you're not stupid. However, there's nothing we can do about it. Let alone the 5 of us, even if we sacrifice our entire White Cloud sect, we won't be able to protect over 200 God-tier heavenly resources. As a result, in order to keep this a secret, we can only shut you up forever, said the woman of the late stage. She spoke sternly as killing intent filled her eyes. She struck out without any hesitation, stabbing towards Kea with a sword. She moved extremely quickly, arriving before Kea's forehead in a single instance. Clearly, she wanted to kill him in a single strike. When the woman struck out, the other 4 divine kings of the White Cloud sect, aside from Elder Ing, all charged towards Jianchen, Qianlong, and Shaozheng. They were all brimming with killing intent. As for Elder Ing, he stood there with his arms crossed, looking as if victory was already within his grasp. Kea's face did not change at all. She suddenly raised her right hand at a speed that seemed very slow, but was actually extraordinarily fast. A destructive presence radiated from her right index finger as she directly extended it towards the sword. Her finger moved extremely quickly, as if it contained the trajectory of the ways. It possessed the profound truths of the world, completely surpassing the speed of the late divine king of the White Cloud sect. Her finger struck the weakest part of the sword, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Immediately, the great power and laws within the sword actually deflated like a deflated balloon from Kea's simple gesture. It completely dispersed, returning to the surroundings. It was as if Kea's finger contained the supreme power of the ways, directly dispersing the woman's power of cultivation and the power of laws. Chapter 2069. Spurt. A finger-sized hole immediately appeared on the forehead of the late divine king from the White Cloud sect. Her entire head had been pierced through, and red and white matter spurted out from the back of her head. Her soul was directly wiped out. Her eyes were wide open as they were filled with disbelief. She refused to believe that Kaya, who was only an early god king, was actually so terrifying. As a result, even though she had already died, she could not die in peace. At the same time, Jianchen clashed with a late divine king from the White Cloud sect. Chaotic force filled his entire body, and his entire body was filled with explosive power. It was extremely terrifying. The laws of the sword revolved around him as well. With a single thought, sword chi condensed between his fingers. It shone with dazzling light as it slashed out with the terrifying power of chaotic force, directly clashing with the late divine king. A mere early divine king is already nothing in my eyes, yet you actually dare to overestimate yourself and fight me head-on? You sure are bold. I'll show you the power of a late divine king. I'll let you experience the difference in cultivation and see just how great of a gap there is between us. The man from the White Cloud sect sneered. His gaze towards Jianchen was filled with disdain. His sword pulsed with energy, condensing the power of laws that belonged to the late divine king, and he stabbed it towards Jianchen. Jianchen was only an early divine king. In terms of laws alone, there was still quite a gap between him and a late divine king. Even though he had grasped the laws of the sword, which had the most powerful offensive properties, he was still unable to make up for the huge gap between their cultivation. As a result, Jianchen did not have the upper hand in terms of laws when they clashed. However, his chaotic force was extraordinary, possessing unimaginable might. The chaotic force within his sword chi radiated with a violent, destructive presence. Combined with the laws of the sword, it was like a hot knife through butter, directly dispersing the laws of the late divine king. Impossible. That's impossible. You're clearly only an early divine king. How can you block my attack? The man who had attacked Jianchen narrowed his eyes as disbelief flooded his face. He was not only shocked by the fact that Jianchen could block his attack head-on, but also by the power behind Jianchen's attack. The power was so great that even he, a late God King, was shocked. It actually numbed his entire right arm, causing him to lose all feeling. His hand that gripped the sword cracked as blood spurted out. The bones in his fingers all shattered as well. Why, you were hiding your strength in the divine medicinal garden. But you're clearly only an early divine king, so how can you possess such great strength? Are you a divine beast that specializes in strength? The man cried out as his expression rapidly changed. Jianchen said nothing. Cold killing intent flickered in his eyes as well. With a thought, the Daluo sword immediately condensed, shining with golden light as it pierced the man's forehead. Even though the man was a late divine king, he was not as strong as either by Qi or by He. Jianchen could even kill the two of them when they worked together, so he naturally did not need to expend too much effort to kill him. In just a short while, Jianchen and Kea had defeated their opponent despite being weaker. They both killed their opponent. Compared to them, Qianlong and Xiaojing did not fare so well. Qianlong was currently struggling to fend off the attacks of a late divine king. Qianlong was a formations master and possessed extraordinary mastery over the way of formations. If his mastery over the way of formations was the weakest, he would be able to kill late divine king experts effortlessly. However, if he abandoned his formations and fought with his own battle prowess, he would not even be the opponent of a mid-divine king, let alone a late divine king. The late divine king of the White Cloud sect naturally knew that Qianlong had extraordinary mastery over the way of formations, so he unleashed a barrage of attacks right from the start. He did not give Qianlong any time to cast his formations, causing Qianlong to vomit blood and become heavily injured. If it were not for the azure disc, his injuries would have been even more severe. Xiaojing was at a complete disadvantage as well. He was forced into constant retreat by the mid-divine king of the White Cloud sect. Fortunately, although Xiaojing's battle prowess could not be compared to the supreme prodigies, he was not weak among the early divine kings. Coupled with the fact that he was already at the peak of early divine king and was only a step away from mid-divine king, he was able to hold on for a moment against the attacks of a mid-divine king. Elder Ing watched the battle from afar with his arms crossed. He smiled faintly as he imagined how he would split the heavenly resources after obtaining over 200 God-tier heavenly resources. However, his face changed very soon. He stared at the two late divine king that Jianchen and Kea had slain in shock as his heart churned. Oh no, this is bad. They're pretending to be weak. Elder Shi, run. Elder Ing reacted extremely quickly. He immediately called out to Elder Shi, but he did not slow down at all. He ignored the other people from the White Cloud sect and turned around to flee into the distance. The late divine king that Jianchen and Kea had slain was basically on par with him in strength. If Jianchen and Kea could kill them so easily, they could obviously kill Elder Ing easily as well. Elder Ing understood this extremely well, so he chose to flee without any hesitation at all when he saw the two divine kings die. Linear lightning release. Jianchen locked onto Elder Ing. He turned into a bolt of lightning and directly chased after Elder Ing, stopping him in his tracks. Kea went to assist Qianlong, blocking the late divine king for him. Elder Ying's face became extremely vicious as he stared at Jianchen, who was clearly only an early divine king but possessed battle prowess that made him shiver. He called out to Elder Shi, who had already fled in another direction. Elder Shi, don't forget to leak the news of them obtaining 266 God-tier heavenly resources. You can't let them have it easy, nor can you let them obtain so many heavenly resources so easily. As he said that, Elder Ing no longer clashed with Jianchen. He used a secret technique to continue fleeing, but a strand of sword qi pierced his chest. Elder Ying's words clearly drew Jianchen's attention to the fleeing Elder Shi. He wanted to divert Jianqin's attention and create an opportunity for himself to escape. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. As for Elder Shi, she clearly understood Elder Ying's intentions. Her expression immediately changed as she cursed in her heart. Without any hesitation, she took out an ancient rune from her space ring and activated it, forming a beam of light that enveloped her body. At the same time, she used a secret technique, burning her essence blood to accelerate her escape. Jianqin naturally would not let Elder Shi escape and leak the news of them obtaining so many heavenly resources. With a thought, he immediately sent a strand of profound sword qi towards Elder Shi. Boom! When the profound sword qi struck Elder Shi's barrier of energy, it immediately produced a great sound. The barrier shook violently, but it did not shatter in the end. Elder Shi used the terrifying speed she obtained from burning her essence blood to flee into the distance in a single instance. It can actually block a strand of my profound sword qi. That inscription is extraordinary. It should have been left behind by a primordial realm expert. Jianqin was surprised. His face sank slightly as he used his full strength to kill Elder Ying. The Divine King who fought against Xiao Zheng wanted to flee when he saw that the situation was bad, but he was trapped by Qianlong's formations. The battle came to an end very soon. Aside from Elder Shi, the other 4 Divine King experts of the White Cloud sect were all slain. Out of Jianqin's group, only Qianlong was heavily injured, while Xiao Zheng was slightly injured. We can't keep the news of us obtaining so many God-tier heavenly resources a secret anymore. It looks like our future days won't be easy, said Qianlong. He showed no fear at all. Chapter 2070. Jianqin smiled indifferently when he heard that. He said, "We're no longer the same as before. Kea and I have both broken through to Divine King, so there aren't a lot of people who can pose a threat to us in the Cerulean Poseidon Palace. Even if we leak the news that we obtained a large number of God-tier heavenly resources, I believe we can protect them with our strength. Because even if they leak the news, others may not necessarily believe what they say." Jianqin seemed to think of something when he reached there, and he gradually became stern. He said, "The people we should truly be wary of are the people outside the Cerulean Poseidon Palace. After all, not only have primordial realm experts from many planes gathered outside, but there are even terrifying existences who have reached chaotic prime. Before people like that, we're still as puny as ants." Brother Jianqin is right. Even if they leak the news, others might not necessarily believe them. Even if some people do believe it, they won't be able to confirm whether we have God-tier heavenly resources on us before they check our space rings. With Brother Jianqin's strength, it's basically impossible for them to check Brother Jianqin's space ring, said Xiao Zheng. His gaze towards Jianqin and Kea was filled with undisguised respect. Jianqin nodded slightly. He agreed with what Xiao Zheng had said very much. Afterwards, Jianqin and the others collected the space rings of the 4 Divine Kings from the White Cloud sect. Looking at the 4 corpses on the ground, Jianqin sank into his thoughts for a while. With a thought, a palm-sized pink orchid appeared in his hand. The orchid had evolved from the seed of the immortal devouring orchid he had obtained recently. After absorbing a droplet of his not-so-pure chaotic blood, it underwent a metamorphosis. Afterwards, when Jianqin and the others were still harvesting the God-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden, the metamorphosed orchid finally matured. It bloomed into a beautiful flower that was pink and tender. The orchid was very extraordinary. As soon as it bloomed, it possessed intelligence, forming a very weak consciousness that was hazy. Although it was still unable to communicate with Jianqin, Jianqin could vaguely sense a pulse of emotion from the consciousness of the orchid from time to time. Jianqin slowly approached the corpses of the 4 Divine Kings with the young immortal devouring orchid in his hand. He gently transmitted his thoughts to them. He had learned from the sword spirits that the immortal devouring orchid specialized in devouring immortals to grow, so he wanted to see if the divine kings of the White Cloud sect could be of any help to the immortal devouring orchid. The cultivators of the saints' world were no different from the immortals of the immortals' world. They also absorbed the energy of the world and comprehended the ways of the world to strengthen themselves. They just had different names in different places. However, as soon as the immortal devouring orchid approached the corpses of the divine kings of the White Cloud sect, it could not help but tremble violently. The flower wilted in a single moment as a hazy thought was transmitted to Jianshan's mind in fear. Jianshan was slightly surprised before understanding what was going on. He immediately made the immortal devouring orchid move away from the corpses of the divine kings of the White Cloud sect. Even though the immortal devouring orchid was extremely extraordinary, it was still far too weak right now. The corpses and blood of divine kings were just too terrifying to it. Even a single droplet of blood was enough to destroy it countless times over. It did not dare to touch it, let alone devour it. It looks like I have to take it step by step if I want you to grow quickly. There are no shortcuts, Jianshan sighed softly. He stowed the immortal devouring orchid away before leaving with Kea, Chanlong, and Xiaozheng. Before long, Jianshan's group encountered over a dozen divine kings. When the divine kings saw Jianshan's group, they were all overjoyed. They immediately surrounded Jianshan's group without any hesitation. Jianshan, we've finally found you. You've made us search for you so painstakingly. The group of divine kings looked at Jianshan's group of 4 and could not help but laugh heartily. They were all extremely excited. Everyone, may I ask why you've come looking for us? Jianshan's group of 4 frowned slightly. What is it? Of course it's for the god-tier heavenly resources. A quarter of such a large divine medicinal garden has been emptied by you guys, and you want to take it all for yourself? Don't you think your appetite is a little too big? No matter what, you have to give some to us brothers, right? A god king snickered. That's right. We don't want much. Just half, no, just a third is enough. Give us a third of the heavenly resources you've obtained, and we'll leave immediately. Hand over the heavenly resources. We don't want much either. Just a third. The dozen or so divine kings all called out. Their faces were filled with urgency. They wanted to immediately obtain the heavenly resources and leave this place. They only wanted a third because they understood that there were many divine kings searching for Jianshan on the 9th floor, and their numbers were constantly increasing. If they took all of it, they would not be able to keep it with their strength. They had to leave a portion for the people behind them. They could use this opportunity to leave the Azure Poseidon Palace while the people behind them were fighting over the heavenly resources. Are you going to insist that we have so many heavenly resources on us just based on the words of others? Jianshan asked. The expressions of the dozen or so divine kings made him feel that something was off. No matter how he looked at it, they seemed to be extremely certain that he had a batch of god-tier heavenly resources on him. They did not doubt him at all. Ha ha ha, I knew you would deny it. Little did you know that someone has already used time reversal in the divine medicinal garden, replaying the past. As a result, everything you've done in the divine medicinal garden is no longer a secret. A divine king laughed aloud. Time reversal? So that's how it is. Jianshan's face sank. Even Kea, Chanlong, and Xiaozheng's faces became rather ugly. If someone else had leaked the secret, they would not have been too worried. After all, just a one-sided story was not convincing at all. Very few people would believe it. However, if they used time reversal and replayed the past, it would be completely different. It would be irrefutable evidence. There was no need to doubt it at all. If you want god-tier heavenly resources, you'd better go collect them in the divine medicinal garden yourself, Jianshan said coldly. Since you won't hand them over, we'll have to do it ourselves. Brothers, let's go together and kill them. Then we'll split the heavenly resources evenly. The divine kings around Jianshan's group all moved against Jianshan's group under the lead of one of them. They began an intense battle with Jianshan's group. However, the difference between the two sides was clearly not on the same level. Even though there were over a dozen people on the other side and they possessed an absolute advantage in numbers, there were only 4 late divine kings. The rest were all early or mid-divine kings. Their battle prowess was extremely ordinary, so how could they be the opponent of Jianshan and Kea? As a result, as soon as the two sides clashed, the battle became one-sided. The divine kings on the other side were slaughtered by Jianshan and Kea. There were a few early divine kings. Chapter 2071. Since the divine kings group did not show any mercy when they attacked. They only wanted to kill and plunder, so every single strike was fatal. As a result, Jianshan's group did not hold back either. As a result, the battle did not last very long before the divine kings group died one after another. Before long, another dozen corpses appeared on the ground. The divine kings group that wanted to steal the heavenly resources from Jianshan's group had all died on the spot. None of them managed to escape. On Jianshan's side, only Xiaozheng was injured. Qianlong had cast down a formation in time to fend off the enemy, so they were fine. As for Jianshan and Kea, regular divine kings were unable to injure them now that they were in the same realm as divine kings. They vaguely seemed invincible among their peers now that they had just broken through to the divine king realm. Jianshan thought of the young immortal devouring orchid again when he saw the corpses. He sighed in pity. If only the immortal devouring orchid was powerful enough and fed the corpses to the immortal devouring orchid. That would have been great. He had thought about storing the divine king's corpses so that the immortal devouring orchid could devour them when it was powerful enough. However, the sword spirits had already warned him that devouring corpses that had been dead for too long would only harm the immortal devouring orchid. Xiao Jing and Qianlong became extremely stern after the battle. Qianlong said, "Jianshan, the situation has developed rather unexpectedly. There are probably quite a few divine kings searching for us on this floor right now. Although we don't fear small groups, once many divine kings work together against us, or even the supreme divine king below the divine king takes action, dealing with them will be extremely difficult with our strength. I think it's best if we return to the Neptunian mountains for now." Jianshan sank into his thoughts when he heard Qianlong's words. He frowned slightly as well. Although he possessed extraordinary battle prowess, he was not blindly conceited at all. He knew that there were still a very small number of divine kings who could pose a threat to him in the Poseidon Palace. For example, the old man beside Imo Qing and the god artifact wielding Mr. Shu from the Sky Empire made him feel pressured. Even though he had become a divine king, he was not completely confident in defeating the two of them. This was because he knew that the two of them were so powerful that regular late divine kings could not compare to them. Not to mention the fact that they possessed god artifact. Aside from the two of them, who knew how many other supreme divine kings had gathered in the Poseidon Palace, every single one of them could not be underestimated. If these people took part in the encirclement against him, he would indeed be in trouble. He might even face the danger of dying. As a matter of fact, Jianshan was certain that there would definitely be supreme god kings from the god king's throne among the god kings searching for him in the Neptunian divine palace. After all, their harvest was just too great. They had dug up 250,000 god-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden, which was enough to make primordial realm experts jealous. As a matter of fact, even primordial realm experts would fight to the death for these heavenly resources. Right now, their situation was indeed not optimistic. We should avoid them for now. It won't be convenient for us to move about in the Poseidon Palace for now. I plan on returning to the 8th floor. Jianshan said in thought. He looked at Kea and said, "Kea, Xiaojing, why don't the two of you retreat to the Neptunian mountains with Qianlong first? Without a doubt, the Neptunian mountains is the safest place for us right now." The light in Kaya's eyes flickered. He said, "Just let Xiao Jing and Qianlong return to the Neptunian mountains. I'll stay with you. After all, with my strength, I should be able to help you a little." "That works too. Let's do that then. We'll escort Qianlong and Xiao Jing to the Neptunian mountains first before going to the 8th floor," said Jianchun. Afterwards, he escorted Qianlong and Xiao Jing to the Neptunian mountains with Kaya. At the same time, Jianchun got Qianlong to control the Grand Exalt's formation to hide the presence in a cave in the Neptunian mountains. Then, he took out all the God-tier heavenly resources they had obtained in the divine medicinal garden this time and distributed them. Over 200 God-tier heavenly resources were placed in the small cave. Just the heavy fragrance from them was enough to reach thousands of kilometers away. If it were not for Qianlong's formation, the presence of these heavenly resources would have been enough to alarm all the divine kings in seclusion in the Neptunian mountains. These God-tier heavenly resources should be enough to exchange for quite a few 5-colored divine crystals. Jianchun's heart burned with desire as he looked at the dazzling array of heavenly resources. At this moment, a fist-sized beast flew out of Kaya's space ring. Its eyes shone as it stared at the God-tier pills on the ground. Its face was filled with desire as it stared at the two of them with its bright, intelligent eyes. It was begging and yearning. This was the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast that had not left Kaya's side for quite some time. It had always been by Kaya's side, cultivating in his space ring. "You little thing, you're running out as soon as you see something good." Jianchun could not help but laugh as he knocked the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast's head gently. "Eat whatever you want," said Jianchun softly. He looked at the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast warmly. Even now, he could not forget how the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast had helped him when he was still weak. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast immediately became excited. It flapped its wings and flew towards the pile of heavenly resources as a blur. It directly ate 3 of them before returning to Kaya's space ring with satisfaction. In the end, Jianchun, Kaya, and Qianlong split the 266 heavenly resources evenly. Xiao Jing obtained a flower of ways as well. Originally, Jianchun wanted to give Xiao Jing a few more God-tier heavenly resources, but Xiao Jing firmly declined. He knew that he had not put in much effort in collecting the heavenly resources, so he was already very satisfied with a single flower of ways. He did not want to take advantage of Jianchun any further. Afterwards, Jianchun and Kaya did not stay any longer. They directly left the Neptunian mountains and made their way to the 8th floor of the Poseidon Palace. At the same time, over 10,000 kilometers away from Jianchun and Qianlong, Ziyun landed unsteadily with Xiao Man in her arms. As soon as she landed, Ziyun stumbled and directly fell to the ground. At this moment, Ziyun's complexion was as pale as paper. There was not the slightest trace of blood on her face. Her aura was extremely weak, and she gave off the feeling of being on the verge of death. "Big sister, how are you? Are you all right? Please don't scare Xiao Man." Xiao Man hugged Ziyun's delicate body tightly. Her little face was filled with worry and fear. Ziyun had burned her essence blood several times to flee, paying an extremely heavy price. Coupled with the fact that she had fought against a few divine king along the way, she was heavily injured. Now, not only was she powerless to flee, but she did not even have the strength to stand up. Chapter 2072. However, Ziyun smiled bitterly again. Her face was filled with pain and despair. With Xiao Man's strength, where could she run to? In the Azure Poseidon Palace, even the slightest shockwave was enough to kill her. Moreover, this was the 9th floor of the Azure Poseidon Palace. If she wanted to leave, she would have to pass through the volcanic world on the 8th floor. How was Xiao Man supposed to pass through such a dangerous place when she couldn't even fly? Mistress, I still don't understand why you wanted me to bring Xiao Man to the Azure Poseidon Palace. If Xiao Man hadn't come to the Azure Poseidon Palace, none of this would have happened. But now I've brought Xiao Man down a path of no return, Ziyun thought. She thought of her master and masteress' final words. No, Sister Ziyun, don't say that. You'll be fine. You'll definitely be fine. Xiaoman hugged Ziyun as she cried out in pain. Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to last much longer. Looks like you really can't last anymore. At this moment, a voice rang out in the distance. Several late divine king rushed over with lightning speed. They all stared at the collapsed Ziyun in excitement and scorching desire. Hand over everything you've obtained in the dwelling, or die. A late divine king said coldly. You baddies, don't hurt Sister Ziyun. You didn't obtain the legacy because you didn't have the ability. You can't blame Sister Ziyun. Xiaoman spread her arms in front of Ziyun. She gritted her teeth as tears welled up in her eyes. She stared at the divine king hatefully. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Piss off to the side. A divine king looked at Xiaoman like he was looking at an ant. The divine king's presence leaked slightly, and Xiaoman immediately suffered a heavy blow. She vomited blood and was blown away. Xiaoman! Ziyun exclaimed. Ignoring her own weakness, she immediately flew over to catch Xiaoman. Xiaoman collapsed in Ziyun's arms. Her face was pale, and she constantly spat out blood. Her face was filled with pain. She was simply too weak. Even the slightest bit of the Divine King's aura could pose a fatal threat to her. Ziyun felt like her heart had been stabbed when she saw Xiaoman's current state. Her heart was filled with pain. She called out to the Divine King, "Don't you want the legacy of a chaotic prime? I'll give it to you, but you can't harm Xiaoman, or I won't let you obtain anything even if I have to die." It's great that you're willing to cooperate. However, the people behind us are about to catch up. We have to change locations first. Fellow Taoists, what do you think? A one-armed Divine King asked. He then looked at the other Divine Kings, seeking their opinion. Clearly, they were not on the same side. At this moment, Xiaoman's blood had completely soaked through her clothes. The blood passed through her clothes and landed on the pendant that Xiaoman wore. When the blood came in contact with the pendant, it immediately radiated with a mysterious presence that no one present could sense. As a matter of fact, even primordial realm experts could not sense it. The presence was extremely weak, so weak that it could only extend to a radius of 3 meters. However, when the presence appeared, the ground of the Poseidon Palace that had been peaceful for countless years began to tremble violently. The entire 9th floor shook, as if a terrifying earthquake was happening. What's happening? Such a violent tremor has never appeared in the history of the Poseidon Palace. Is there a battle between supreme god-kings of terrifying strength? Impossible. The Poseidon Palace is an extremely impressive god artifact. Let alone a divine king, even a battle between primordial realm experts wouldn't be able to cause the palace to tremble. At this moment, the expressions of everyone on the 9th floor changed drastically. They stared at the surroundings as they became uneasy. It would not be strange if such a tremor happened in the outside world, but it was far too abnormal in the Poseidon Palace. However, what they did not know was that the tremors were not limited to the 9th floor. From the 1st floor to the 12th, the ground shook as well. Apart from the Neptunian mountains, there was not a single place in the Poseidon Palace that remained peaceful. Afterwards, to the shock of all the people who had entered the Neptunian mountains, the scorching sun that had not moved for millions of years actually began to set in the west at that moment, causing an extremely rare moment of dusk to appear in the Poseidon Palace. However, this dusk only lasted for a few breaths of time before the scorching sun completely disappeared from the horizon. The entire world fell into darkness. Soon after, a huge bright moon began to slowly rise into the sky, sprinkling down a layer of bright moonlight that illuminated the earth. The Neptunian moon. It's the Neptunian moon, heavens, the Neptunian moon has actually appeared. What does this mean? According to the records, the Neptunian moon had never appeared when the Taoist sect of Neptunia was destroyed, yet it has actually appeared now. No one in the Poseidon Palace was able to remain calm. They all raised their heads to look at the moon as shock filled their faces. In an unknown place in the Poseidon Palace, an ancient consciousness seemed to gradually awaken from its slumber. At the same time, a mental pulse was transmitted. Master's bloodline, it's Master's bloodline. It's Master's bloodline aura that has awakened me. I've finally waited for Master's descendant to arrive. But I'm too weak. I'm about to fall asleep again. Oh no, Master's descendant is in danger. I'll use my will laws to protect Master's descendant. The mental pulse was intermittent and extremely weak. After saying that, it ceased to exist. At the same time, something seemed to have happened in the Poseidon Palace. Apart from Kea, who was by Jianshan's side, and Qianlong, who was in the Neptunian mountains, no one else sensed it, including the Supreme Divine King who sat on the Divine King's throne. Many spaceships hovered in the vast space outside the Poseidon Palace. They varied in size and shape. These spaceships all came from various organizations across several planes. They were waiting for the juniors who had entered the palace to protect them. However, at this moment, several figures appeared silently in the space closest to the Poseidon Palace. They all radiated with extremely terrifying presences, causing the surrounding space to distort. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. However, all of their eyes shone with light as they stared at the Poseidon Palace. They were stern. The artifact spirit of the Poseidon Palace has slumbered for over 3 million years. Now it has finally awakened. Since the artifact spirit has awakened, the Poseidon Palace will choose a master again. This is a huge matter, so we need to send a message back immediately. It looks like the Poseidon Palace won't be peaceful anymore. This time, it's extremely likely to be the last time the Poseidon Palace opens. Chapter 2073. Very few people knew about the awakening of the artifact spirit in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Even the Supreme Divine King in the Poseidon Palace did not sense it at all. Outside the Tsang Poseidon Palace, only a few people sensed the awakening of the artifact spirit on spaceships from various large organizations across the various continents. These people all sent the news back as quickly as they could. At this moment, the shaking of the ground gradually stopped within the Tsang Poseidon Palace. Very soon, the Tsang Poseidon Palace recovered its peace, as if nothing had happened at all. Only the sun that hung high in the sky and had not changed at all for millions of years had vanished, replaced by a huge, round moon. The interior of the Tsang Poseidon Palace had lost its light. It was shrouded in darkness. Only the hazy glow from the moonlight provided a weak source of light. The series of changes cast a shadow over the hearts of all the cultivators in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. They could not help but think of an ancient legend that had been passed down for countless years. When the sun vanished and the moon rose up again, the Tsang Poseidon Palace would undergo a great change. Just what kind of change would this great change be? Would it be a blessing or a curse? Even now, no one could say for sure, including the supreme prodigies from peak organizations. On the 9th floor of the Tsang Poseidon Palace, Jianshan and Kea hovered in the air. They both raised their heads and stared at the moon that hung high in the sky sternly. They could not help but think of the legend of the sun and moon that Xiao Zheng had told them about. Jianshan, do you sense that the world seems to have undergone a subtle change? Kea looked at Jianshan and asked with some uncertainty. Jianshan sensed it carefully and shook his head gently. Apart from the changes in the sun, moon, and light, there doesn't seem to be anything different. Kea, have you discovered something? Kea fell silent. She slowly closed her eyes and comprehended seriously. When she opened her eyes again, she became surprised and doubtful. At the same time, Qianlong emerged from the cave in the Neptunian mountains. He stared at the pitch-black sky deeply and murmured, "The Neptunian moon has actually appeared." According to Xiao Zheng, the Neptunian mountains are about to undergo a great change. When I fused with the Grand Exalt's formation earlier, I sensed a strange pulse, as if the space within the Tsang Poseidon Palace had changed. It seems like the laws here are slightly different from before. However, it doesn't affect the boundary of the Neptunian Mountains. Several dozen million kilometers away from Jianshan's group, a group of divine kings sat on the ground with the fifth prince at the lead. Many of them were covered in blood, and a few of them were pale. Clearly, they had been heavily injured and were currently recovering with healing pills. To no surprise, the 10 divine kings of the Yun family were among them as well. Ever since Yunxin agreed to become the fifth prince's wife, they had been tied to the fifth prince. Originally, the Yun family was already satisfied with their harvest after Yunxin ingested the spiritual root of heavenly ways. The remaining divine kings of the Yun family even wanted to leave the Tsang Poseidon Palace and escort Yunxin back. However, the fifth prince of the Sky Empire wanted them to stay. Thus, they had no choice but to stay here, because their Yun clan simply didn't dare to offend the fifth prince of the Sky Dynasty. If the Yun clan was far away from the Jade Drop Empire, they wouldn't have to be so wary. However, the Yun clan just so happened to be in the Jade Drop Empire. Why aren't Bai Qi and the others back yet? They shouldn't have wasted so much time. The fifth prince said in a low voice as he sat cross-legged on the ground. His gaze was fixed on the full moon in the sky with a grave expression. The reappearance of the Tsanghai moon meant that the Tsanghai Poseidon Palace would undergo a huge change. However, even their Sky Empire's holy emperor did not know what kind of change it would be. This made the fifth prince feel a sense of danger. He urgently wanted to gather his forces and gather strength. This was because a few of the divine kings he had brought with him had already died in the battles during this period of time. Their strength had weakened significantly. Please calm down, Your Highness. We've already deviated from our original location. If Bai Qi and the others want to catch up to us, they'll naturally need some time. Moreover, the Tsanghai Poseidon Palace isn't peaceful. Bai Qi and the others have yet to arrive, so they must have been delayed by something. However, with their strength, there aren't many people on the 9th floor who can threaten them. Your Highness, don't worry, said Sidu Shu calmly. Mr. Shu, who was beside the fifth prince, spoke with a calm expression. However, his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the full moon in the sky. Although Sidu Shu seemed gentle and harmless, he was extremely powerful. The fifth prince glanced at Yunxin, who was cultivating nearby. He said slowly, I'm not worried about anything happening to Bai Qi and the others. What I'm concerned about is whether they've completed the mission I gave them or not. A thin divine king nearby snickered. He used a rather respectful voice to communicate with the fifth prince. Don't worry, Your Highness. With Bai Qi and his sister's strength, killing Jianshan and the others is as easy as blowing off dust. There definitely won't be any accidents. Jianshan and the others should have died long ago. Bai Qi and his sister should be here soon. The fifth prince nodded slightly and said sternly, Get everyone to recover as soon as possible. The Neptunian moon has appeared, so who knows what will happen next. We need to face it in our peak condition. At this moment, a god king the fifth prince had sent out to investigate returned with lightning speed. He said politely to the fifth prince, Fifth prince, something major happened not long ago. Someone entered the divine medicinal garden with a formation-destroying treasure, and in a short amount of time, they dug up a quarter of all the heavenly resources in the garden. What? A quarter of the heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden have been dug out? Is that true? The fifth prince's face changed, and he suddenly stood up. He knew about the divine medicinal garden. It was filled with god-tier heavenly resources. Every single one of them was priceless and extremely valuable. However, every single heavenly resource was protected by a powerful formation, so it was extremely difficult to get through the formation and harvest them. Even with the power he possessed right now, he could not guarantee that he would be able to harvest a single heavenly resource in 10 years. As a result, even though he had been to the divine medicinal garden before and wanted the heavenly resources there very much, he did not try to harvest them. Throughout the history of the Azure Poseidon Palace, no more than 10 heavenly resources had been taken away from the divine medicinal garden. Yet now, he had heard that someone had dug out a quarter of the entire divine medicinal garden. This was just shocking. A quarter of the divine medicinal garden? That's over 200 god-tier heavenly resources. Even the treasury of our sky empire might not be able to produce such a terrifying amount of god-tier heavenly resources. Mr. Shu sucked in a cold breath as well. He was shocked. Chapter 2074. The fifth prince's eyes narrowed when he heard that. His face immediately sank and he growled, "When did this news come about?" "It should have come from today," the divine king replied. Mr. Shu looked away and looked at the god king who had inquired about the matter. He was slightly stunned. The fifth prince's face was extremely sunken. His eyes were extremely cold and he growled, "Jianchen and the others are actually still alive. Instead, they've emptied out a quarter of the divine medicinal garden, and Bai Qi and the others still haven't returned. This outcome is unexpected. Bai Qi and the others have either failed, or they've run into some other trouble and been delayed," Mr. Shu said as his eyes deepened. The fifth prince fell silent for a while before calling out, "Everyone, stop healing. Set off immediately." This time, the fifth prince wanted to take a group of people to find Jianchen personally. The heavenly resources on Jianchen were tempting to him. He wanted to obtain them at all costs. The divine king and Yunxin of the Yun family silently left with the fifth prince. Due to the fifth prince's purposeful actions, they did not hear the conversation between the fifth prince and the others. As a result, they obviously had no idea where the fifth prince was going or what he was going to do. "Kea, let's go. No matter what's happened in the Poseidon Palace, we need to get to the 8th floor as soon as possible." Jianchen no longer paid any attention to the Neptunian moon in the sky. He said to Kea, "You want to go to the bottom of the magma on the 8th floor to collect fire divine crystals?" Kea stared at Jianchen. "That's right. A single fire divine crystal is worth 10 times more than a supreme grade divine crystal of the same size. If we want to go to other planes or return to the cloud plane, we'll need a large number of divine crystals. Although we have a large number of god-tier heavenly resources right now, it won't be easy to sell them. It might even lead to some trouble. Moreover, I don't really want to sell these heavenly resources. I'm not willing to sell them either. We have so many old friends in the Tianyuan family who need them." Jianchen muttered, "You have personally witnessed the terror of the lava. Even if you have that tower, it will be difficult to collect the fire divine crystals at the bottom of the lava. Your physical body might not be able to withstand the terrifying lava." Kea said worriedly. She still had lingering fears of the terrifying lava on the 8th floor. Even though she had reached the divine king realm and her strength had greatly increased, she still did not dare to touch the terrifying lava. "If we don't give it a try, how would we know?" Jianchen smiled indifferently. His confidence swelled after breaking through with the chaotic body. Even if his body could not withstand the lava, the Anata Tower could protect him. At this moment, Jianchen's face narrowed. His gaze pierced through the darkness like a bolt of lightning as he looked into the distance. A smear of surprise appeared on his face as he murmured, "Why is it them? Why have they come to the Poseidon Palace as well?" "It's the girl you met on the spatial battleship. She's so weak, so why has she come here?" Kea also stared into the distance. She was very surprised. "Let's go and take a look," Jianchen said before directly hurrying over with Kea. Several dozen kilometers away from Jianchen, Ziyun hugged Xiao Man tightly with a pale face. She stared at the divine king realm cultivators resentfully as she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The divine king realm cultivators were all stunned by the sudden appearance of the Neptunian moon. Everyone's attention was focused on the Neptunian moon. This was the perfect opportunity to flee or launch a sneak attack, but Ziyun had lost her ability to do so after being heavily injured. A while later, the Divine King Realm cultivators all returned to their senses from the shock brought by the appearance of the Neptunian moon. They looked at Ziyun again. Something shocking is about to happen to the Poseidon Palace. Let's take her legacy as soon as possible and leave this place. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad, I think it's best if we don't take part in it. That's right. Take her to a remote place. Once we get the legacy, we'll leave immediately, said the two divine kings solemnly. They were stern. The appearance of the Neptunian moon made them feel extremely uneasy. They felt like a shadow had been cast over their hearts. They feared the unknown. Everyone, your mighty divine king realm cultivators, yet you won't even spare a little girl at the mortal realm. Aren't you a little too cruel? At this moment, a deep voice rang out, causing the faces of the divine king realm cultivators who were about to take away Ziyun to change. They had all been distracted by the appearance of the Neptunian moon, so they had focused all their attention on the moon in the sky. They had lowered their wariness of the surroundings to a minimum, so they actually failed to discover that someone had already approached them. The divine king realm cultivators all looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a young man and a young woman walking side by side, directly flying towards them through the air. The two of them seemed to be in their 20s. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and his face was resolute. He gave off a vaguely heroic aura. It was obvious that he had been baptized by the flames of war for a long time. Although the woman's appearance was nowhere close to being devastatingly beautiful, she was still a natural beauty. Her bearing was otherworldly. It's actually just two early divine king realm cultivators. However, since they've already discovered us, we can't let the two of them leave in order to prevent the news from leaking out. We'll send out a few people to attack them together and eliminate them cleanly. The divine king realm cultivators all sneered and relaxed. They did not stop them, allowing Jianshan's group to approach them. At the same time, they secretly communicated with each other. Very soon, they reached an agreement. The two of them were Jianshan and Kea. They paid no attention to the divine king realm cultivators who had various expressions. They flew over calmly from afar, directly arriving before Ziyun. Ziyun clearly recognized Jianshan and Kea as well. In the past, Jianshan had assisted them on the spatial battleship from the Cloud Plain. He had taken back Xiao Man's jade pendant from the three-eyed demon king, which had made Ziyun feel grateful. Ziyun raised her head and looked at Jianshan and Kea. She smiled bitterly. Have you come for my chaotic prime's legacy as well? Jianshan was surprised when he heard that, but he soon understood. He stared at Ziyun strangely and said, I heard a long time ago that a chaotic prime's dwelling had appeared near the divine medicinal garden. I never thought you would have obtained the legacy. Jianshan felt extremely mixed emotions as he looked at Ziyun. He had no idea whether he should hate Ziyun or not. Because Ziyun had gained the recognition of the legacy, many of the divine king realm cultivators had returned to the divine medicinal garden. In the end, everything they had done in the divine medicinal garden was exposed. If Ziyun had obtained the legacy a little later, the divine king realm cultivators would have returned a little later. If he had enough time, he would have been able to empty out the entire divine medicinal garden. Unfortunately, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been destroyed because of Ziyun. Jianshan felt extremely regretful. You really have come for the legacy. Unfortunately, even if I give it to you right now, you won't be able to take it away. Ziyun felt dejected. She glanced at the divine king realm cultivators in the surroundings. Chapter 2075. Who said we've come for the legacy? Jianshan's expression was strange. He looked at Ziyun as if he was smiling. He said indifferently, the legacy of a chaotic prime is indeed enough for many divine kings to fight tooth and nail over, but it's actually useless to me. Indeed, Jianshan cultivated the chaotic body, and he had already achieved quite a lot. He could no longer change his cultivation method. As a result, let alone the legacy of a chaotic prime, even the legacy of a grand prime would struggle to interest him. Perhaps the legacy of a chaotic prime was not even as valuable as some 5-colored divine crystals in his eyes right now. The light in the eyes of the divine kings immediately flickered with light when they heard Jianqin's words. They looked at Jianqin in surprise and doubt as various thoughts crossed their minds. An early divine king did not even take the legacy of a chaotic prime seriously. What did that mean? It meant that he either had a great background, or his cultivation method was so extraordinary that he could ignore the legacy of a chaotic prime. Of course, they could not eliminate the possibility that he was purposely making things up. The divine kings could not help but study Jianqin's words carefully. However, they all sneered very soon. They believed they could tell that Jianqin was purposely making things up before them. He wanted to portray himself as a disciple of a large sect or organization so that they would fear him or even take the legacy away from him. Every disciple of a large sect or organization would have many guards by their side. Jianqin and Kea clearly did not possess this, so the divine kings overruled their identities very soon. A sliver of surprise flashed through Ziyun's eyes. She glanced at Jianqin in surprise before becoming gloomy. She said to the divine kings in the surroundings, "I can give you the legacy you want, and I'm willing to leave with you. I only have one request, and that is to not harm a single hair on my sister." Afterwards, Ziyun looked at Jianqin and begged, "Benefactor, Ziyun begs you. I hope you can take my sister away from here. If Ziyun survives, Ziyun is willing to do anything for you." As soon as Ziyun finished speaking, one of the divine kings snorted coldly, "We can spare your sister, but don't think about those two leaving with your sister. They won't have the chance to leave." With that, 4 divine kings struck out at the same time. They swung their swords, sending several streaks of multicolored sword qi towards Jianqin and Kea. They had all reached an agreement long ago. They would not let the 2 of them leave. Otherwise, once Jianqin leaked the information, it would cause them a lot of trouble. They might even lose the opportunity to obtain the Chaotic Prime's legacy. Ziyun closed her eyes in pain when the 4 divine kings struck out. Originally, she saw a sliver of hope for Xiao Man with Jianqin's appearance. She hoped that Jianqin could take Xiao Man away. After all, she naturally trusted Jianqin more than the divine kings before her. But now, the 4 late divine kings all attacked Jianqin and Kea, which filled Ziyun with despair. She did not believe that Jianqin and Kea, who were only at the early divine king level, could stop the 4 late divine kings. Protect your sister well. Your sister won't be able to endure the shockwaves from a battle at the level of a divine king. At this moment, Jianqin's voice rang out in Ziyun's head. It was calm and composed, without any panic at all. Jianqin's calmness clearly differed from what Ziyun had imagined. She instinctively opened her eyes and just happened to witness a scene that left her utterly shocked. Her eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. A strand of golden sword qi shot out from Jianqin's hand. It shone with dazzling light, dyeing the gloomy surroundings golden. It collided with a strand of sword qi condensed from the laws of fire with a shocking sword qi. With a great boom, the golden sword qi was unstoppable, shattering the sword qi condensed from the laws of fire, causing it to explode in the air as flames. The golden sword qi continued onwards without slowing down at all. It pierced through the darkness as a streak of golden light and pierced the body of a late divine king before vanishing into the distance. Arg! The divine king who was surrounded by the laws of fire shrieked out miserably. He stared at Jianqin in disbelief as his heart churned. Only when he truly faced the golden sword qi did he understand just how terrifying it was. Even with his cultivation as a late divine king, he was unable to block it. It threatened his life. This is definitely not the strength of an early divine king, the divine king cried out inside as he retreated in a hurry. At the same time, Jianqin punched out with chaotic force, dispersing another strand of sword qi that shot towards him. Afterwards, he charged forward and arrived before the second divine king who had attacked him in a single step. Chaotic force filled his left hand as he grabbed the supreme quality saint artifact tightly with his fleshly hand. The sharp blade was unable to cut through his hand at all. The divine king was an ordinary-looking young man in azure robes. His eyes immediately narrowed when he saw Jianshan emerge unscathed after grabbing his sword. Shock filled his face. He wanted to pull out his sword immediately, but he discovered that Jianshan's hand was like a powerful clamp, binding the sword tightly. He was unable to break free at all. After searching for so long and seeing so many supreme quality saint artifact swords, I've finally found one that I'm slightly satisfied with. I'll be taking the sword in your hand. Jianshan grabbed the young man's supreme quality saint artifact with his left hand and said with some satisfaction. Afterwards, he used his right hand as a blade and suddenly swung down towards the young man's arm. The young man was shocked. A high-quality saint artifact armor appeared, protecting his entire right arm. At the same time, he used all his strength to block Jianshan's blade with his left hand in an attempt to stop it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the young man felt that Jianshan's hand was as tough as a god artifact. It was unshakable. Not only was his left hand unable to stop Jianshan at all, it was even shaken to the point where the bones in his hand had almost shattered. Gotcha! Jianshan raised his blade and swung it at the young man's arm with unbelievable force. The high-quality saint artifact armor protecting the young man's arm was directly shattered by Jianshan, cutting off the young man's entire arm. The young man grunted in pain. He stared at his right arm that was spurting with blood as he became utterly shocked. His body was so tough, and his battle prowess was so heaven-defying. Was he really an early divine king? Jianshan held the supreme quality saint artifact sword he had taken from the young man and studied it carefully. He murmured to himself, "I'm not very satisfied with it, but I'll have to make do with it. I'll switch it out when I find something more suitable in the future." As he said that, Jianshan poured his chaotic force into the sword endlessly, wiping away the imprint the young man had left on the sword effortlessly. The sword was already connected to the young man's mind. When the imprint he had left on the sword was erased, the young man vomited blood as if he was heavily injured. When he looked at Jianshan again, his gaze was filled with fear. With the sword in hand, Jianshan's presence underwent an overwhelming change. An extremely sharp sword chi radiated from him, surging into the sky. It seemed to form an illusionary sword that stood there, like a god of swords had returned. The faces of the divine kings in the surroundings who had yet to take action all changed drastically when they saw Jianshan. At that moment, Jianshan seemed like an ancient beast that had awakened from a slumber. He had become even more terrifying. Chapter 2076. The light was resplendent and extremely dazzling. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the night sky and illuminated the entire sky. It shot out with the violence of chaotic force and the sharpness of the laws of the sword, arriving before the late divine king in a single instance. Fast, just far too fast. Jianshan's sword chi was so powerful that an early divine king could not compare to it. It was enough to pose a fatal threat to late divine king. The late divine king's eyes narrowed when he was struck by the sword chi. He became extremely stern at that moment. Not only was the sword chi astonishingly fast, but it had also locked onto his presence, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only receive it head-on. In that critical moment, he suddenly bellowed out. The power of the laws of fire condensed around him, causing flames to surge around him. Afterwards, it transformed into a huge fire dragon that soared into the sky. It struck out with a powerful presence. Immediately, the entire sky was dyed red. It intertwined with the dazzling white light from Jianshan's sword chi, creating a stark contrast to the surroundings. The temperature between heaven and earth rose rapidly, and the sand and stones on the ground melted into magma. Boom! The fire dragon collided with the sword chi, erupting with a deafening boom. The sword chi and the fire dragon both collapsed in the air. Afterwards, Jianshan's sword qi was directly devoured by the flames in the sky. If it were a pure contest of laws, Jianshan would obviously be at a disadvantage. After all, he had only broken through to sword spirit recently. His comprehension of the laws of the sword was equivalent to early Divine King. Even though the laws of the sword were known as the most offensive laws, it was difficult for him to surpass mid-Divine King and directly contend against the laws of fire of the late Divine King. However, not only did his sword qi contain the power of the laws of the sword, but it also contained chaotic force. After the sword qi collapsed, the chaotic force within it shot out like an arrow. It did not slow down at all, directly piercing through the flames. With lightning speed, it pierced the late Divine King's forehead as a black streak of light, wiping out his soul. The dozen or so Divine King gathered in the surroundings personally witnessed this. They were all extremely shocked, and their gazes towards Jianshan underwent an overwhelming change. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Jianshan any more after he displayed his astonishing strength. Many people looked at him with deep fear, or even some fear. An early Divine King had actually killed a late Divine King so easily. His terrifying battle prowess shocked and terrified all of them. Killing a late Divine King was nothing out of the ordinary for Jianshan now. He did not even glance at the dead late Divine King. Instead, he looked at the sword in his hand. Although the sword did not completely suit his needs, it was still barely enough for him to use. With a supreme quality saint artifact in hand, my strength really has increased by quite a lot. It'll be much easier for me to deal with regular late Divine King, Jianshan murmured to himself. He was rather satisfied. Although he had killed late godkings in the past, only he knew that it was definitely not as easy for him to kill late godkings as it was right now. The young man whose right arm had been chopped off by Jianshan and his supreme quality saint artifact completely lost his temper. He did not dare to become angered at all. He endured the pain from his arm and said fearfully, "Since you like this sword, it's yours." At the same time, the young man felt extremely fortunate. He knew that if it were not for the fact that Jianshan had taken a fancy to his supreme quality saint artifact, he probably would have suffered the same fate as the other person. On the other side, Kea ended the battle very quickly as well. She did not hold back at all when she attacked. Her attacks were decisive and vicious. None of the two late Divine King who had attacked her survived. They both died. Kea did not have Jianshan's powerful chaotic force and chaotic body, but her usage of laws had already reached a level of perfection. The same laws could be unleashed with shocking might in her hands. Just this alone made Kea no weaker than Jianshan. In the blink of an eye, the four Divine King who had dealt with Jianshan and Kea died. For a moment, the supreme strength displayed by Jianshan and Kea made the surrounding Divine King no longer dare to act recklessly. However, they did not retreat. They all stood there with uneasy expressions. Ziyun, who was already extremely weak due to her heavy injuries, widened her eyes as she watched this scene with a face of disbelief. The shock in her heart had already reached its limit. Kill all of these people. They all want to kill us. At this moment, Kea arrived before Jianshan. She glanced around coldly and emotionlessly. A faint, icy cold presence radiated from her. Her coldness also possessed an inviolable dignity. Jianshan glanced at Kea deeply as a sliver of worry flashed through his eyes. Kea had changed just far too much after breaking through to the Divine King level. He struggled to see the same silhouette of her on the Tian-Yuan continent from Kea. Although they want to kill us, they haven't actually done anything to us. Kea, let's not kill them all. Jianshan said to Kea before looking at the remaining people. Just when he was about to persuade them to retreat, his face suddenly changed. He looked into the distance and became stern. He said, "There are quite a few Divine Kings hurrying over. We can't stay here for long. Kea, you take Ziyun and I'll take Xiaoman. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." Kea did not move. She looked at Jianchen and asked, "We've never met before, so why are you saving them?" Jianchen's face froze. He said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Let's take them to somewhere safe first. The strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. What happened to them happens all the time in the world. You need a reason to save them," Kea said seriously. He stood there without any intentions of saving them. "I saw Xiao Ling's shadow on Xiao Man back on the spatial battleship. Is that reason enough?" Jianchen asked. Kea nodded slightly and said nothing more. She turned around and arrived beside Ziyun. Just when she was about to leave with Ziyun, she suddenly became stunned. She looked at Xiao Man before looking at the surroundings. Confusion filled her face. This was because she had a strange feeling. It was as if Xiao Man had become connected with the world of the Poseidon Palace. Jianchen arrived before Xiao Man in a flash. Just when he extended his hand to grab her, his vision suddenly darkened. He could not see his own fingers. Not only was he unable to see through the darkness with his divine king's vision, but even the senses of his soul were affected as well. The laws of darkness. Jianchen's eyes turned cold. He knew that the divine king would not let him leave so easily. At the same time, Jianchen felt a great sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. He actually felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. A black spike that was a meter long was hidden in the darkness. It seemed to have fused with the surrounding space as it stabbed towards Jianchen's forehead with lightning speed. Chapter 2077. A cold light flashed through Jianchen's eyes as he sensed the piercing pain from his forehead. Clearly, the person who had launched a sneak attack wanted to kill him in a single strike. The person who had launched the attack possessed extraordinary strength. He was also a late divine king, and he had used the laws of darkness to envelop the surroundings. Both his vision and the senses of his soul were affected, making it difficult for him to unleash his full power. If he had used the same sneak attack on other regular divine kings, he might have been able to kill them in a single strike. Unfortunately, he was facing Jianchen. In a flash, the supreme quality saint artifact that Jianchen had just taken suddenly stabbed out as a blur. Swish! Jianchen's attack was extremely fast, truly as fast as lightning. It shone with dazzling light and the mysteries of the way of the sword. It directly fused with the darkness and came in contact with the black spike that silently stabbed over like a venomous snake. He had only stabbed out based on his senses, but the tip of the sword struck the tip of the black spike with great precision. It produced the crisp sound of metal clashing. Sword chi mixed with chaotic force and the laws of darkness interweaved, erupting with powerful shock waves of energy. It caused the surrounding darkness to shake violently. However, the black spike suddenly vanished after the strike. It did not even leave behind a single presence or pulse. Even Jianchen was unable to find where the person was hiding in the darkness where the senses of the soul were disrupted, and he could not see anything with the naked eye. Jianchen frowned slightly as he stood there with his sword in hand. He stood tall and straight, giving off the feeling that he was as stable as a mountain. He knew that he had encountered an assassin with impressive strength. The laws of darkness had enveloped the space, which was equivalent to turning the space into his domain. The assassin was like a fish in water in there, grasping the absolute initiative. However, Jianchen was stuck in a quagmire. He was in an extremely passive position. If the hidden assassin did not take action, he would not be able to find out where he was. Jianchen snorted coldly. Golden light flickered around him as a strand of Daluo sword chi condensed. With a dazzling streak of golden light, it slashed towards the darkness. Wherever the sword chi passed, the darkness was driven away. However, in the next moment, the law of darkness was once again filled in. However, just as Jianchen was about to make his move, the black spike appeared once more. It was as silent as before, striking from behind Jianchen like a bolt of lightning, aiming for the back of Jianchen's head. Jianchen abruptly turned around. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes and couldn't use his divine sense, he still accurately captured the trajectory of the black spike with his terrifying battle instincts and the rich experience he had accumulated along the way. He opened his palm and abruptly extended it with a layer of chaotic force. He grabbed the black spike. The black spike was extremely sharp, easily piercing through the defenses of Jianshan's chaotic body. His hand was cut open, and the wound was so deep that his bones were visible. Chaotic blood oozed out. However, Jianshan did not care about his hand at all. Cultivating the chaotic body had granted him an extremely tough body, so a small wound like this was nothing to him. The moment he grabbed the black spike, he stabbed out with the supreme quality saint artifact in his right hand. Jianshan grabbed the black spike with one hand as he stabbed out with the other. He basically did it at the same time, giving his opponent no time to react at all. Spurt. With the sound of a weapon piercing through flesh, Jianshan knew that he had injured his opponent when he sensed the slight resistance from the sword. Even though he knew that his opponent was inches away, Jianshan was still unable to sense the existence of the person who had launched the sneak attack. With a grunt, the assassin hidden in the darkness was injured. He no longer continued to fight and retreated decisively after pulling out the black spear from Jianshan's hand. He vanished without a trace in a single instance. No one could track him down. Immediately, the laws of darkness that enveloped the surroundings vanished. Jianshan looked around and discovered that he had completely lost track of the assassin. He did not even see the assassin's face. All he could see were the traces of blood on his sword. However, the Divine King had caught up with them after this delay. Over 100 Divine Kings burned with desire as they surrounded Jianshan and Kea with lightning speed. Their main target was Ziyun, but now that Ziyun was with Kea, Jianshan and Kea naturally became targets as well. "Let's go," Jianshan called out. Although he did not sense any particularly powerful presences among these people, he was restrained by Shao Man. He did not dare to engage in an intense battle with these people. However, just when Jianshan's hand reached towards Shao Man and was about to touch her, he came into contact with a mysterious power that was invisible to the naked eye and undetectable with the senses of his soul. The mysterious power enveloped Shao Man. Not only did it prevent Jianshan's hand from touching her, but Jianshan could not help but tremble from the bottom of his heart when he came into contact with the mysterious power. The mysterious power felt vast and boundless to Jianshan. It was unimaginably powerful. It was impossible to destroy, which made Jianshan shiver in fear. Jianshan's eyes narrowed as he stared closely at the pale-faced Shao Man on the ground. His expression constantly changed. Kea had been silently observing Shao Man the entire time. A gleam of light flashed through her eyes when she saw this. She said, "This girl is protected by the world. As long as she's in the Blue Poseidon Palace, she's protected by the world. Unless they possess power that surpasses the Blue Poseidon Palace, no one will be able to harm her at all." Jianshan was shocked when he heard that. He said, "How is that possible? If she really is protected by the world, how is she injured?" Ziyun also heard Kea's words. She was also filled with disbelief, but she was even more confused and doubtful. Clearly, she had the same doubts as Jianshan. Kea pondered for a moment before looking at Ziyun. He said, "If I've guessed correctly, the girl should have been injured before the Neptunian moon appeared, right? When the Neptunian moon appeared, I could vaguely sense that the laws of the Blue Poseidon Palace seemed to have changed. When I saw the girl afterwards, I could vaguely sense that there seemed to be energy around her. This energy resonated with the Blue Poseidon Palace from afar. It also seemed to represent the power of the entire Blue Poseidon Palace." Kea stared deeply at Shao Man and continued, "With such a powerful force protecting her, no one in the Blue Poseidon Palace can harm her. However, she's actually injured now. This can only mean that the force around her only appeared after she was injured." Kea fell silent for a moment before saying, "If I've guessed correctly, the appearance of the Neptunian moon should be related to the girl. Xiun was completely stunned when she heard that. Disbelief filled her face. The appearance of the Neptunian moon was related to Xiaoman? She struggled to imagine why the terrifying blue Poseidon Palace would change so drastically because of Xiaoman. What secrets did Xiaoman hide? It was not just her. Even Jianchen found this to be very unbelievable. He was stunned. Miss, the legacy of a chaotic prime is not something you can obtain. Hand over the legacy and you can leave. Otherwise, you should know what will happen. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Jianchen, Kea, and the others had already been surrounded by many Divine King. Chapter 2078. The Divine King who had chased Xiun the entire time and had been shaken off by Xiun's terrifying speed from burning her essence blood had finally caught up. Over 60 Divine King experts radiated with powerful presences as they gathered in the surroundings, forming an encirclement that surrounded Jianchen's group. As these people pursued them, they constantly sent messages to their good friends in Poseidon Palace, their clansmen, or their seniors in the same sect, gathering their strength. As a result, more and more Divine King experts gathered from all directions. The number of Divine King experts that surrounded Jianchen's group rapidly increased, forming a net that trapped Jianchen, Kea, Xiun, and so on. All of their gazes gathered on Xiun. Even though there were people from large clans and organizations among them, they were unable to resist the temptation of a chaotic prime's legacy. However, none of them dared to be the first to attack. They all maintained a certain distance from one another. As they stared at Xiun, they were also wary of the people around them. Jianchen slowly looked around and he frowned slightly. They had been ambushed by an assassin with the laws of darkness first, which wasted some time. Afterwards, something happened to Xiaoman, which wasted some more time. As a result, they had lost the best opportunity to leave, falling into an encirclement. Jianchen looked at Xiaoman and felt troubled. With his and Kea's strength, as long as they did not come across the Supreme Divine King, he was completely confident that he could kill his way out of the encirclement. However, Xiaoman was protected by a mysterious power. He was unable to approach her at all, so he naturally could not take her away. After all, he could not just leave Xiaoman here alone while he and Kea managed to kill their way out of the encirclement with Xiun. At this moment, a few more Divine Kings flew over from afar. They also joined the encirclement of Jianchen's group. However, when the Divine Kings saw Jianchen, they were immediately overjoyed. They said, "Jianchen, I never thought you'd be here. We've been looking for you so painstakingly." The Divine Kings in the surroundings were all stunned when they heard the name Jianchen, but they soon became overjoyed. What? He's Jianchen? The guy who's rumored to have dug up a large number of God-tier heavenly resources from the divine medicinal garden? He's actually Jianchen. Ha ha, it's really like searching high and low for something, only to find it so easily. We actually found him so easily. It's said that Jianchen and his group dug up a quarter of the divine medicinal garden. TSK. There are over 1,000 God-tier heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden. A quarter is over 200 heavenly resources. Although only a handful of Divine Kings in the surroundings had witnessed the reversal of time in the Divine Medicinal Garden, the news of a quarter of the Divine Medicinal Garden being dug up had already spread like wildfire across the entire 9th floor. In just a short amount of time, everyone knew about Jianchen. As a result, apart from a few people cultivating in seclusion, everyone had a deep impression of the name Jianchen. Immediately, everyone shifted their gazes from Xiun to Jianchen. They did not hide their greed at all. Their gazes were as if they had discovered a great treasure. Some of them had already begun to view Jianchen as more important than Xiun. A chaotic prime's legacy had indeed tempted all of them, but there was only one legacy after all. No one was confident they could obtain it. However, Jianchen's God-tier heavenly resources were different. With so many God-tier heavenly resources, it was enough for many of them to take a share. Be careful, everyone. Jianshan is very powerful. You can't underestimate him. When he was an overgod, he killed many divine kings in the divine medicinal garden. Even Emoching, who ranked first on the overgod's plaque, lost to him. He's very difficult to deal with. Now that he has broken through again and reached the same level as the divine king, his battle prowess will definitely be even greater. A divine king called out from the crowd. His eyes were filled with fear. He had personally taken part in the battle in the divine medicinal garden, so he understood Jianshan's strength extremely well. Everyone, Jianshan is indeed very powerful. Although he's only an early divine king, his battle prowess is extremely impressive. Do you see my arm? It was severed by Jianshan. Even his supreme quality saint artifact sword came from me. What's laughable is that even though I'm a late divine king, I'm not his opponent. And the woman beside Jianshan is very powerful as well. You must be careful. Don't let them slip away. The young man in azure robes whose arm had been severed by Jianshan called out. His gaze towards Jianshan was filled with intense hatred. In order to stay alive, he was forced to lower his head before Jianshan. He did not even dare to show any resentment. However, now that Jianshan was in such a predicament, he obviously would not continue to swallow his anger. He wanted to avenge his severed arm. With these people's warnings, the divine kings surrounding Jianshan all secretly became cautious. Don't worry. Jianshan won't be able to escape today. He'll have to hand over everything he obtained in the divine medicinal garden. He was surrounded by several dozen god kings, and the number of god kings was rapidly increasing. In the eyes of many people present, it was impossible for Jianshan to escape today. However, as the person involved, Jianshan ignored the situation around him. He frowned slightly and said to Xiun, "Try and see if you can approach your sister." "Humph, Jianshan, you're still in the mood to worry about others at a time like this? You better think about how you're going to survive." The young man whose arm had been severed by Jianshan sneered from behind the crowd. He stared at the supreme quality saint artifact in Jianshan's hand in resentment. Jianshan said nothing. He stared closely at Xiun, who had already arrived beside Xiao Man. Xiun directly extended her hands in an attempt to hug Xiao Man, but she was also stopped by the mysterious energy around Xiao Man. She was unable to approach her at all. There's something strange about this girl. Many divine kings in the surroundings noticed Xiao Man. A strange light flickered through their eyes. There seems to be a mysterious energy around this girl. "Let me try," said a brown-robed old man. He did not take a step forward. Instead, he stood 100 meters away and used the sword manipulation technique, controlling a flying sword to stab at Xiao Man's swish. The flying sword moved extremely quickly, crossing 100 meters in an instant. It shot towards Xiao Man with a resplendent light that illuminated the night. It possessed shocking might. Chapter 2079. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He knew that Xiao Man was protected by a layer of mysterious power, so probably no one in the Poseidon Palace could harm her. However, how could he allow an expert of the Divine King to attack Xiao Man? Just when the old man's sword was about to pierce Xiao Man, Jianshan struck out. He swung his supreme quality saint artifact. The old man had expected Jianshan to do something like this. He could not help but sneer. With a thought, the sword that shot toward Xiao Man suddenly sped up. However, Jianshan's attack was also unbelievably fast. Even though the old man's sword had doubled in speed under his control, it was still unable to dodge Jianshan's attack. Ding! Jianshan's sword struck the old man's flying sword with a terrifying force that shocked even the old man. With a clear sound of metal clashing, dazzling sparks flew from the collision. With a deep thrum, the old man's sword was sent flying by Jianshan's attack. Jianshan really is very powerful. This is definitely not the strength of an early divine king. The old man's expression changed slightly. His mind was fused with the flying sword. Only he knew that the flying sword he was controlling looked undamaged on the surface, but in fact there were cracks on the inside. Jianshan's attack had damaged the sword slightly. Even the senses of his soul in the sword had almost been dispersed. I can't take him on forcefully. The old man made a prompt decision and rapidly retreated. He pulled away from Jianshan and adopted a posture that seemed like he would never attack again. However, Jianshan did not plan on letting him go. With a single movement, he shot toward the old man as a blur. The supreme quality saint artifact in his hand shone with a chilling light as it stabbed toward the old man's forehead. Jianshan did not hold back at all. His attack seemed to have surpassed the speed of lightning. It was so fast that many of the Divine King's senses of the soul failed to capture it. Clearly, he wanted to kill the old man in a single strike. The old man's face changed drastically when he sensed the power in Jianshan's attack. A high-quality saint artifact armor appeared, enveloping his entire body. Only his eyes were exposed. Bang! As soon as the old man donned his armor, Jianshan's sword struck his forehead, erupting with a muffled sound. Even though the old man was protected by his armor, he was still blown away by the great force from Jianshan's attack. All his vertebrae shattered, and his head almost separated from his body. Jianshan, the old man has already made it clear that he won't attack again. Don't go too far. Everyone, let's deal with him together. Don't let him take you down one by one. The old man communicated with his soul secretly. He was filled with fear. Cracks had already appeared on the forehead of the helmet that protected his head. He did not doubt at all that if Jianshan struck out again, the high-quality saint artifact on him would be smashed through. The surrounding divine kings watched on coldly. None of them showed any intentions of taking action. Many of the divine kings had only heard from others that Jianshan was very powerful, but they had no idea just how powerful he was. They all wanted to use the old man to test Jianshan's strength. At this moment, Jianshan stabbed out a second time. His sword chi was like a streak of light as sword intent filled the sky. It shone with a bright light, dyeing the dark night sky snow white. It was shocking. With the second attack, Jianshan directly shattered the old man's high-quality armor. The sharp tip of the sword pulsed with silver-white light as it stabbed into the old man's forehead mercilessly, wiping him out. As for the flying sword that was controlled by the old man's will and was flying back, it also lost all of its power following the old man's death and fell to the ground. Jianshan's face did not change at all. After collecting the space ring on the old man's finger, he returned to Xiaoman's side. At this moment, sword intent surged from his body, making him seem like a god of the sword. He seemed like he could hold back all of them by himself. He said coldly, "Who else wants to try?" The surroundings fell silent. Many divine kings had indeed been stunned by Jianshan's strength. He had not used any battle skills. Just 2 simple attacks had completely crushed a late divine king. His strength had deeply shocked them. He was already so terrifying without using any battle skills. If he did, just how powerful would he be? With a supreme quality saint artifact in hand, Jianshan's strength had indeed taken a qualitative leap. Ha 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 ha, how awe-inspiring. To be able to intimidate so many god kings with your strength alone, this prince is truly seeing you in a new light. At this moment, a rather cold laugh rang out. A young man in purple armor strode over from afar. He seemed to be in his 20s. The young man had a dignified bearing. He walked with a majestic gait, giving off an unquestionable sense of dignity. It was evident with a single glance that he had developed this bearing from being in a high position for a long time. However, he had been staring at Jianshan the entire time since he had appeared. His seemingly indifferent gaze hid a sharpness, as well as a faint killing intent. Jianshan looked at the young man and recognized him with a single glance. He was the 5th prince of the Sky Empire from the profound Thunder Plain. He had several dozen divine kings with him, including the divine king of the Yun family. To everyone's surprise, Yunxin was beside the fifth prince as well. When Yunxin saw Jianchen, her eyes immediately lit up with excitement. At the same time, she let out a sigh of relief. Just when she was about to greet Jianchen, she glanced at the fifth prince beside her. She seemed to have some misgivings, so she could only suppress her urge. Yun Lianqing's eyes also lit up. He looked at Jianchen with a kind gaze, which could be considered a greeting. At the same time, his eyes flickered as he glanced at the ninth prince in front of him. He used an extremely obscure method to send a message to Jianchen to be careful of the fifth prince. Yun Lianqing had long known that the fifth prince wanted to kill Jianchen. However, as his Yun family was in the Sky Empire, he did not dare to act rashly in front of the fifth prince. Even if he knew that the fifth prince wanted to kill Jianchen, there was nothing he could do. So it's the fifth prince of the Sky Empire from the profound Thunder Plain. Jianchen was thinking of looking for the fifth prince after everything here was over. I never thought I'd run into you here. It really is a small world. Jianchen clasped his fist at the fifth prince and smiled meaningfully. Chapter 2080. The fifth prince suddenly experienced an ill omen when he saw the smile on Jianchen's face. His heart suddenly sank as he could not help but think of the bi-siblings and Heya that he had sent to kill Jianchen. Heya possessed a special ability. He would be able to find anyone he had glanced at, no matter how far away they were. As a result, it was extremely easy for the bi-siblings to find Jianchen and the others with Heya around, even though the Poseidon Palace was large. However, Jianchen, who the fifth prince believed to be dead for sure, was alive and well. Instead, he had lost contact with the bi-siblings who he had sent to kill Jianchen. All of this meant that the bi-siblings and Heya's group of 3 had failed in their mission to kill Jianchen. The reason why I'm looking for the fifth prince is because I have a piece of news for the fifth prince. It's just that it might be rather bad news for the fifth prince. Jianchen smiled gently. He was composed as if he did not know about the current situation at all. What news? The fifth prince asked with a heavy voice. His complexion was rather ugly. He glanced at the divine king that Jianchen had killed and became even more certain of his thoughts. A few days ago, I witnessed a fierce battle in a mountain range. In the end, 3 divine kings died there. The 3 divine kings were 2 men and 1 woman. However, from what I saw, the 3 of them seemed rather similar to the people by your side in the past. I wonder if you know them, Jianchen said. The fifth prince immediately confirmed that the 3 people Jianchen spoke of were the bi-siblings and Heya's group. His face paled as he became furious. His killing intent towards Jianchen had reached its limit. No wonder Bai Qi and the others still haven't returned. Something has happened to them. The fifth prince gritted his teeth. He refused to believe that the bi-siblings and Heya's group of 3 had died to someone else. This was because with the strength that Jianchen had displayed right now, killing the bi-siblings would be slightly difficult, but not impossible. The divine kings of the Yun family who followed the fifth prince were all shocked as well. Their gazes towards Jianchen all changed. They had naturally heard about the strength of the bi-siblings after following the fifth prince for so long. They never thought that the 2 of them would actually die, which made all of them sigh in amazement. I never thought that Jianchen's strength would be so terrifying. Even the bi-siblings have died to his hands. You made me worry for nothing, thought Yun Lianqing. Naturally, he knew that the deaths of the bi-siblings were related to Jianchen. At this moment, Mr. Shu stepped forward from beside the fifth prince. He said to Jianchen gently, Jianchen, although your name hasn't appeared on the Overgod's plaque, it's rumored that you defeated Emoqing, who ranks first on the Overgod's plaque. You're a supreme prodigy who has kept a low profile. Now that you've reached the divine king realm, you're at the same level as me. I'm not talented enough, but I'd like to see what you're capable of. Please accept my request. Mr. Shu was gentle, refined, and courteous. He spoke very softly, but the tone of his voice was like a spring breeze. It made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't help but like Mr. Shu even more. However, what Mr. Shu did next was completely different from the bearing he gave off. As soon as he finished speaking, he erupted with terrifying speed and arrived before Jianchen in a single instance. He raised his hand and reached towards Jianchen with lightning speed, as if he possessed a power that could seal up the world. Mr. Shu had been amiable and harmless in the previous moment, but in the next moment, he seemed to have become a vicious beast. He was extremely terrifying. His attacks were vicious and extremely vicious. Jianchen immediately felt his entire body suddenly sink, as if a mysterious sealing power had appeared from Mr. Shu's hand. It wanted to seal up his body and make him feel like he was in a quagmire. Jianchen became stern. Mr. Shu's strength was something that he had never seen before. By qi and by he could not compare to him at all. He felt the greatest pressure he had ever felt since he had stepped into the Divine King's plaque. Even when he was surrounded by several dozen Divine King, he did not feel this pressure at all. Jianchen's gaze became extremely sharp. Mr. Shu was just too fast. He had already approached him. At such a close distance, it was no longer convenient for him to appear. He formed a palm with his left hand and struck out with chaotic force. Jianchen did not hold back with this palm strike. He struck out with his full strength, breaking through the sealed space and all obstructions with an unstoppable force. He collided with Mr. Shu's palm. When the two palms collided, it was like two stars had collided, erupting with a great boom. A terrifying shockwave of energy expanded in all directions with the two of them as the center. The ground cracked, sand and pebbles were blown away, and countless plants were reduced to dust. The collision this time was extremely violent. It did not seem like a battle between an early Divine King and a late Divine King. Instead, it seemed more like a battle between two supreme Divine Kings. Mr. Shu drifted away after the strike. He was composed and his expression did not change at all. However, his gaze towards Jianchen was filled with undisguised shock. On the other hand, Jianchen shuddered violently. He stumbled back a few steps uncontrollably, causing the ground to crack and leave behind deep footprints. More and more Divine Kings gathered in the surroundings, but without any exception, they were all stunned by the terrifying might from the clash between Jianchen and Mr. Shu. Jianchen, Bai Qi, and the others were killed by you, right? Because you have the strength to do so. Mr. Shu stood several dozen meters away from Jianchen with his hands behind his back. He stared at Jianchen calmly, recovering his scholarly appearance. That's right, I killed them. Jianchen showed no fear at all. Instead, his battle intent surged as his presence was startling. A powerful sword intent radiated from him, standing there like a sword. We can ignore the deaths of Bai Qi and the others, and we won't covet the heavenly resources you obtained either. We only want the girl behind you. If you leave the girl, we definitely won't make things difficult for you, Mr. Shu said. He glanced at Xiao Man, who was gradually recovering, and a sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he communicated with the fifth prince secretly. He used an extremely stern voice to explain that the girl was extraordinary and was more important than anything else. The light in the fifth prince's eyes flickered. Naturally, he could tell that Xiao Man was extraordinary. She was only at the mortal realm, yet she was able to remain unscathed by the shockwaves from the battle between two Divine King immortals. This was far too abnormal. Jianchen sneered when he heard that. He sneered, "You can ignore the matter of Bai Qi and the others, but I have to get to the bottom of it." Mr. Shu frowned. "Jianchen, you are indeed very powerful. Even with the entire Saints world in perspective, there are only a handful of early Divine King immortals who can reach your level. However, you're not my opponent at all. You should know that I have a God artifact." I was just about to experience the power of a God artifact. Jianchen's sword trembled, and it immediately surged with light. It was as resplendent as a river of stars. Chapter 2081. Big Brother, why, you've helped us again. At this moment, Xiao Man's voice rang out from behind. She had awoken from her coma and was enduring the pain in her body. She gritted her teeth and slowly stood up from the ground. Her bright eyes were filled with worry as she looked around her. Ever since she had been protected by a mysterious power, Xiao Man's injuries had healed extremely quickly. She had mostly recovered now, so she was no longer in any danger. Xiao Man, are you all right? Ziyun arrived beside Xiao Man with a single step. She was filled with concern and worry. She instinctively extended her hands to hug Xiao Man, but she was unable to touch Xiao Man at all. A mysterious power that was invisible to the naked eye and even the senses of the soul had stopped her. Xiao Man clearly had no idea what had happened to her. She looked at the over 100 divine king experts in the surroundings as despair gradually filled her heart. Sister Ziyun, are we going to die? Xiao Man asked softly. Her face was ashen, and she was very dejected. She looked at Jianshan's back and said, Big brother, go quickly. Don't worry about us. Xiao Man, don't worry. You're under the protection of the Poseidon Palace right now. No one can harm you here. Even if I die, you won't be in any danger at all. Xiao Man, if I die here, you have to learn how to take care of yourself in the future, said Xiao Man. The situation was very bad right now. Even with Jianshan here, she was not confident that she could survive. No, I don't want Big Sister to die. Big Sister has suffered so much because of Little Man. Little Man won't let anything happen to Big Sister. Even if Little Man dies, I won't let Big Sister be in any danger, Little Man said seriously with tears in her eyes. Although the two of them were not related by blood at all, the depth of their feelings had long surpassed that of blood relatives. This was because when faced with a true life and death crisis, even some blood brothers who were as close as brothers might abandon their family and friends and flee for their lives alone. However, Xiao Man and Ziyun wouldn't do such a thing. Jianshan looked back at Ziyun and Xiao Man. A sliver of hesitation flashed through his face, but he made up his mind in the end and took out the Anata Tower. In the beginning, the Anata Tower was only the size of a fist in Jianshan's hand, but when it landed on the ground, it had become 30 meters tall. Who said you guys were going to die here? You two, hurry up and get in there. If you buy some time, you guys might have a chance to live. If you keep dragging this out, I'm afraid you'll really be in trouble. Jianshan shouted at Ziyun and Xiao Nadi. Jianshan, stop wasting your time. Can't you see the situation here? It's impossible for you to take the girl away today. Mr. Shu was in no hurry to take action. He stood before Jianshan and said leisurely, Jianshan, we have no interest in the girl. We don't want the Chaotic Prime's legacy either. As long as you share the heavenly resources in the divine medicinal garden with us, we'll leave immediately, said a divine king from the crowd. Hee, the girl does have some secrets, but I know my limit. I know that no matter what the secret is, it's not something we can take part in. Let's let the Supreme Divine Kings compete for it. I'm only interested in the Chaotic Prime's legacy. Jianshan, don't be so naive. Do you really think that you can take them away with a small, tattered tower? The Divine Kings in the surroundings sneered. At this moment, two more figures shot over with lightning speed. They were an old man and a young man. Jianshan's eyes narrowed when he saw the two of them arrive. He was familiar with the two of them. One of them was Emo Qing, who ranked first on the Overgod's plaque. Emo Qing was still an Overgod, so Jianshan did not take him seriously. However, the old man beside Emo Qing could not be underestimated. Jianshan no longer bothered with Mr. Shu. He arrived beside Ziyun in a flash and grabbed Ziyun's shoulder without saying anything, tossing her into the Anata Tower. Afterwards, he called out to Xiao Man, Don't just stand there. Go in. Xiao Man naturally did not hesitate at all when she saw Ziyun enter the Anata Tower. She quickly charged in as well. However, just when she was about to enter the Anata Tower, the mysterious power that protected her appeared, forming an invisible barrier in front of her. It prevented her from entering the Anata Tower no matter what. The girl should be connected to the Poseidon Palace in some way. The power of the Poseidon Palace is protecting her. And the tower seems extremely tattered, but it's actually very extraordinary. If Old Man has guessed correctly, the tower should be able to cut off the power of the Poseidon Palace. Otherwise, the power of the Poseidon Palace would not be able to stop the girl from entering the tower, as the power of the Poseidon Palace has become useless once the girl enters the tower. Song Ying, who was by Mo Cheng's side, stared at Lil Man with bright eyes. He then carefully studied the tower and revealed a contemplative expression. The Poseidon Palace is a high-quality god artifact. Even though it doesn't have the artifact spirit, it's still extremely powerful. Just what grade is the tower? Even the power of the Poseidon Palace can't penetrate it, Mo Cheng said in surprise. The tower is a god artifact at the very least, because only god artifacts can cut off the power of the Poseidon Palace, regardless of grade, said Song Ying. On the other side, a gleam of light immediately flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he saw how Xiao Man was unable to enter the Anata Tower. He snorted coldly and immediately controlled the power of the Anata Tower. Jianshan had refined the Anata Tower to the 5th floor now, so he could gain some basic control over it, including using a sliver of its power. Even though the sliver of power that belonged to the Anata Tower was very weak, where it would not be able to achieve anything extraordinary against enemies, it would be able to display wondrous effects at certain times. Under Jianshan's control, the power of the Anata Tower immediately permeated the surroundings, causing the entire Anata Tower to shine with a faint, golden light. Wherever the light enveloped, it seemed to form a world of its own, as if it had become an independent world. When the golden light enveloped Xiao Man, the mysterious power around her was immediately cut off. Without the obstruction of the mysterious power, Xiao Man entered the Anata Tower immediately. At the same time, the seal that the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt had left on the Anata Tower in the past began to awaken. All the slashes on the tower began to glow, suppressing the power of the Anata Tower. In just a few seconds, the sliver of power that Jianshan used from the Anata Tower was firmly suppressed by the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt's seal. In a single moment, the light from the Anata Tower vanished, returning to its normal state. With a wave of his hand, Jianshan stowed the Anata Tower away as quickly as he could. He called out to Kea before shooting off with Kea with lightning speed. The current situation was extremely bad for them. Clearly, it was not suitable for them to deal with the 9th Prince and the others. If they stayed any longer and allowed even more Supreme Divine King Immortals to gather, they would become even more difficult to deal with. Jianshan, do you think you can still leave? Mr. Shu smiled warmly. The cataclysmic onyx fan had already appeared in his hand. With a gentle flap, the world darkened and origin energy became abnormally chaotic. A terrifying black wind suddenly appeared, sweeping towards Jianshan with devastating power. Chapter 2082. To many divine kings, god artifacts were things that could only be chanced upon by luck. As a matter of fact, they were legendary and rarely seen. Now that Mr. Shu's god artifact had been revealed, he immediately became the center of attention, attracting everyone's gazes. The light in the eyes of many god kings gathered in the surroundings began to flicker as they looked at Mr. Shu. There was a burning desire hidden in the depths of their hearts, but after weighing the strength of both sides, they could only suppress it helplessly. In their eyes, Jianshan was already a very powerful and terrifying figure. As long as the Supreme Divine King did not appear, it would be very difficult for anyone to be his opponent. But now that Mr. Shu wielded a god artifact, he was even more powerful than Jianshan in everyone's eyes. Jianshan won't be able to escape now. The power of a god artifact is not something a divine king can contend against. Jianshan's group is dead for sure. I just hope this person called Mr. Shu doesn't go too far. They're eating meat, so they have to leave us some soup at the very least. Many divine kings secretly sighed. No one believed that Jianchen was Mr. Shu's opponent. After all, the power of a god artifact could not be underestimated. It had only been revealed for the first time, yet it had already caused such a commotion. Just who among the divine kings could contend against it? In a single moment, Jianchen was enveloped by a terrifying black wind. It rapidly revolved around Jianchen, as sharp as blades. Not only did it prevent Jianchen from leaving, but Jianchen's protective light immediately dimmed as he was enveloped by the black wind. His clothes became tattered as well, leaving behind countless slashes. The black wind was just too terrifying. Even with Jianchen's chaotic body, he struggled to endure it. Countless wounds appeared on his body as his skin cracked and split open. Chaotic blood oozed out, turning him into a bloodied person in the blink of an eye. Yunxin became worried when she saw how Jianchen had suffered so much right from the start. She pleaded, "Fifth Prince, Jianchen saved my life after all. Please spare Jianchen for my sake. As long as you spare Jianchen, I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life." The fifth prince's gaze became even colder when he heard that. Yunxin's pleas did not reduce his killing intent towards Jianchen at all. Instead, it became even more intense. "I've already given Jianchen a chance. He's the one who doesn't know what's good for him. He deserves to die." The fifth prince's voice was extremely cold. A sliver of despair immediately flashed through Yunxin's eyes when she heard that. She glanced at the fifth prince beside her deeply and thought, "Jianchen, I, Yunxin, am not an ungrateful person. I will remember your kindness. If you die here today, I swear that I will avenge you in the future." Yun Lianqing sighed inside as well. Out of all the divine kings of the Yun family, he was the closest to Jianchen. However, there was nothing he could do about the current situation. So that's all a god artifact can do. At this moment, Jianchen, who many people believed would not last for long, suddenly bellowed out coldly. The supreme quality saint artifact's sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly, slashing out as a huge streak of light. The sword chi was like a waterfall. Mixed within it was the chaotic energy that was filled with a destructive aura. Boom! The sword chi collided with the black wind. The two powerful forces violently collided, producing a deafening boom. Jianchen used this opportunity to break free from the black wind and took a step out. Even though Jianchen seemed to be covered in blood and in a miserable state, only Jianchen knew that his wounds were only superficial. They had not reached his bones. After all, he had reached the 12th layer of the chaotic body. Just the toughness of his body was no weaker than a high-quality saint artifact. Moreover, when he stepped out of the black wind's range, the wounds on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. What terrifying recovery! The divine king in the surroundings naturally saw this as well. They all gasped as they stared at Jianchen like they were looking at a monster. Mr. Shu's eyes narrowed as well. He became rather stern. However, at this moment, a bright, golden light condensed from Jianchen. The Daluo sword immediately took shape and shot towards Mr. Shu. At the same time, Jianchen fused with his sword and followed closely behind the Daluo sword, charging towards Mr. Shu with an unstoppable force. Mr. Shu remained composed. He was extremely confident, as if he was invincible. He gently swung the cataclysmic onyx fan in his hand, creating an extremely domineering black wind that dispersed the Daluo sword. When the Daluo sword dispersed, Jianchen fused with his sword and shot over. His presence surged as his battle intent was shocking. He stabbed out with his sword as hard as he could. Mr. Shu's face did not change at all. Faced with Jianchen's lightning-fast and shocking strike, he only placed his fan before him to block Jianchen's attack. Jianchen and Mr. Shu's battle was extremely intense. They clashed time and time again, clashing and clashing forcefully. The terrifying pulses of energy and powerful presence caused many divine king in the surroundings to tremble. This was because both of them possessed astonishing battle prowess, whether it was Mr. Shu who had reached the peak of the Divine King realm long ago or Jianchen, who wielded a supreme quality saint artifact but was only an early Divine King, both of them made many late Divine King tremble in fear. The Divine King in the surroundings had already retreated time and time again. Many early and mid-Divine King experts struggled to endure the terrifying shockwaves from the battle between the two of them. In particular, Mr. Shu's cataclysmic onyx fan would create a terrifying black wind whenever he swung it. The black wind was so powerful that even some late Divine King experts were unwilling to come into contact with it. Boom, boom, boom. Booms constantly rang out in the sky. Jianchen did not hold back at all, using his full strength to challenge Mr. Shu. They fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground, crossing several tens of thousand kilometers. Sharp sword chi and whistling black wind interweaved, blooming in the sky like beautiful fireworks. Terrifying shockwaves of energy shook up the surroundings. Even people a million kilometers away could sense them clearly. Jianchen was already covered in wounds. Chaotic blood sprinkled down from the sky, so he was covered in blood long ago. He had lost the upper hand against Mr. Shu. Even though Jianchen seemed to be heavily injured, he did not show any weakness at all. Instead, he became fiercer as he fought. Not only did the strength of the chaotic body grant him an extremely great body and recovery, but it also granted him terrifying stamina. On the other side, Mr. Shu's expression had changed from its initial nonchalance to a solemn one. His snow-white robes were also stained with blood. It was his own blood. Jianchen's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. This was because he discovered that even with a god artifact in hand, he struggled to kill Jianchen immediately. In the distance, Mo Qing sternly watched the battle between Jianchen and Mr. Shu. The strength Jianchen displayed after breaking through to the Divine King had completely exceeded his expectations as well. Beside Mo Qing, Song Ying also stared at the battle. He slowly said, "The person with the god artifact is not weak. With his strength, he should be able to ascend to the Divine King's throne. It's just that the Divine King's throne only has a total of 3,000 names. It only records the 3,000 strongest Divine Kings in the world. Even if you manage to ascend to the Divine King's throne, you might not have the right to leave your name behind." He shouldn't have left his name behind on the Divine King's throne either. However, that person called Jianchen has only just become a Divine King, yet he can fight such an intense battle with such an expert and even injure him. He's just too much of a monster. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the name Jianchen will be known by quite a few people. Below, Kea also watched the battle between Jianchen and Mr. Shu silently. He did not take part. He murmured, "Jianchen is at a disadvantage because of the god artifact. If that person called Mr. Shu did not have a god artifact, Jianchen would be much stronger than him. If he used everything he had, he should be able to kill him. The power Jianchen grasps is very powerful, but why do I feel that it's somewhat familiar? I can't remember where." On the other side, the fifth prince of the Sky Empire's face became extremely ugly as well. As he watched Jianchen battle with Mr. Shu reach a climax, he was filled with disbelief. He was unable to accept what was happening. He knew Mr. Shu's strength very well, and he had a god artifact as well. Even though he was unable to unleash the god artifact's full power, he was still someone who could do whatever he wanted in the Tsang Poseidon Palace. However, he was actually unable to defeat someone who had only just become a Divine King. God damn it, the fifth prince cursed inwardly. The fifth prince cursed in his heart. Only now did he realize just how terrifying a person he had offended. Chapter 2083. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. Moreover, with his personality, he would never allow himself to turn back. Whether it was because Jianchen had killed the three siblings or because he had already decided on Yunxin as his consort, he could not let Jianchen go. "Mr. Shu, you have to kill Jianchen no matter what. You can't let him escape, the fifth prince said to him telepathically. The fifth prince sent a message to Mr. Shu. Jian Chen's strength was so great that even he shivered. Only Mr. Shu could contend against Jian Chen on his side right now. Mr. Shu frowned slightly when he received the fifth prince's message. After fighting Jian Chen for so long, he understood Jian Chen's strength better than anyone else. On the surface, he seemed to possess the upper hand. He could completely suppress Jian Chen with the might of his god artifact. However, Mr. Shu also knew that even though Jian Chen's injuries seemed very heavy, his battle prowess had not weakened at all. He fought steadily, using a supreme quality saint artifact to fend off his god artifact. It seemed extremely dangerous, with him being knocked away several times, but he had never suffered a fatal wound. Moreover, the exhaustion from using a god artifact was unimaginable. After all, only primordial realm experts in the saints' world could control god artifacts as they pleased through their tremendous cultivation. Mr. Shu was only a divine king. The difference in cultivation between him and primordial realm experts was extremely great. Even if he could barely control a god artifact through special methods, he would not be able to maintain it for long. Mr. Shu's gaze gradually turned cold. His presence rapidly soared as he struck out with his full strength, pushing the god artifact to the limit. He knew that he could not waste any more time. He had to end the battle quickly. Immediately, the cataclysmic onyx fan shone with dazzling light. It gave off powerful pulses of energy as terrifying, black winds that could rip through space shot out. They swept through the surroundings and whistled towards Jian Chen with terrifying might. Looking from afar, the entire sky was filled with black hurricanes. They covered the sun, moon, and stars, causing the world to sink into darkness. It was an astonishing sight. Jian Chen hovered in the air. He was covered in blood, but his aura covered the world. A powerful sword circled around him. He roared at the sky and unleashed several streaks of golden sword chi that were several dozen meters long to meet the black hurricane. He laughed and said, "So that's all there is to a god artifact. Mr. Shu, we'll fight again in the future. Farewell for today." With that, Jian Chen turned around and flew into the distance. He did not want to continue fighting. His battle with Mr. Shu had caused far too great of a disturbance. The violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Even from 1,000,000 kilometers away, they could clearly sense it. Now, more and more people were rushing here. If this continued, the situation would only be disadvantageous to him. While Jian Chen was retreating, Kea also turned into an afterimage and rapidly flew towards the 8th floor of the Azure Poseidon Palace with Jian Chen. "We can't let them get away. He still has so many heavenly resources from the divine medicinal garden. Everyone, chase after him. We can't let him leave the Azure Poseidon Palace. There's also a chaotic prime's legacy with Jian Chen. Jian Chen has taken all of these benefits. We can't just let him get away with it. Chase after him. No matter how powerful he is, he's only one. There's so many of us. Are we supposed to be afraid of him?" As soon as Jian Chen and Kea left, the expressions of the divine king in the surroundings immediately changed. They all called out loudly as they chased after them. "Jian Chen, leave the girl behind and I won't stop you. Otherwise you probably won't be able to leave here today," Mr. Shu said calmly. He pursued with a god artifact in hand. Mr. Shu had already reached the late divine king, and he knew many secret techniques. As a result, he was naturally faster than Jian Chen. In just a few seconds, he stopped Jian Chen again. "Mr. Shu, you are indeed very powerful, but if I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me." Jian Chen laughed at the sky. His presence surged as he condensed the laws of the sword and stabbed out as hard as he could. This time, Kea did not choose to just stand by and watch. The moment Jian Chen struck out, she struck out as well. She did not use any saint artifacts. Instead, she struck out with her slender hands, condensing the power of the laws of destruction. In Mr. Shu's eyes, the only opponent was Jianchen. Naturally, all of his attention was focused on Jianchen. He had never thought that Kea, who had just reached the Divine King realm, would attack him at a time like this. Moreover, Kea's palm strike was extremely fast, as if it had passed through space. By the time Mr. Shu reacted, it was already too late. With the power of the laws of destruction, Kea's hand easily smashed through the energy barrier around Mr. Shu. It landed on Mr. Shu's chest with extreme speed. Mr. Shu's face suddenly changed. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood as he was blown far away. His entire chest had caved in. Kea's palm strike was nothing to scoff at. It was no weaker than Jianchen's full-powered strike. Mr. Shu was caught off guard, so he was instantly heavily injured. He became weak. He only stabilized himself with great difficulty after flying several thousand meters away. His face was pale, and his body swayed slightly as he hovered in the air. He stared at Kea in shock as shock filled his heart. Just from Kea's palm strike, he could tell that Kea's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. They were both early Divine King, but his true battle prowess was no weaker than Jianchen's. However, Jianchen and Kea did not stop after heavily injuring Mr. Shu. They continued to the 8th floor. Mr. Shu stared at Jianchen and Kea's figures with great reluctance. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, he looked back and saw an old man and a young man hovering in the air. To no surprise, one of them was the supreme overgod Emocheng, while the other person was the old man who had always been by Emocheng's side. He did not reveal himself at all. However, Mr. Shu directly looked past Emocheng and locked onto the old man behind Emocheng. His lips moved slightly as he said secretly from very far away, "Song Ying, you must have seen how extraordinary that girl is. She can receive the protection of the world in the Tsang, Poseidon Palace, which means she must be hiding a great secret related to the Tsang, Poseidon Palace. Aren't you interested?" Moreover, the Neptunian moon that has never appeared in the Tsang, Poseidon Palace for millions of years has actually appeared now. Have you never suspected that the appearance of the Neptunian moon has something to do with the girl? Mr. Shu was clearly very cautious when he spoke to Tsang Ying. At the same time, he showed some respect. This was because Tsang Ying was a true divine king, a supreme divine king who ranked 950th. He was extremely powerful. A gleam of light flickered through Tsang Ying's eyes when he heard that. He stared at Jianchen and Kea in the distance. After hesitating slightly, he vanished from Emocheng's side with a single movement. He directly shot towards Jianchen and Kea at an extremely terrifying speed. Furthermore, a thick layer of green light bloomed from his body. Vaguely, it seemed to form the blurry figure of a divine eagle. Up ahead, Jianchen and Kea seemed to sense something. They suddenly turned their heads and just happened to see Tsang Ying quickly chase after them. Their eyes narrowed. What shocking speed! Jianchen shivered inside. He had always been wary of Tsang Ying. Although he had never seen Tsang Ying personally take action, he knew that Tsang Ying's strength was definitely above Mr. Shu's. Jianchen, be careful. Kea became stern as well. Tsang Ying was definitely a great enemy for them. Tsang Ying shone with azure light as he shot over from the distance like a huge bird. He moved extremely quickly, catching up to Jianchen and Kea in a single moment. His hands turned into eagle claws as he grabbed at Jianchen and Kea. When he struck out with his hands, an extremely terrifying pulse of energy immediately surged out from Tsang Ying. It was truly earth-shaking and terrifying. It made the sun, moon, and stars pale in comparison. It made all the Divine King tremble. Tsang Ying had been hiding his strength the entire time. Only when he attacked did he reveal his true strength. Chapter 2084. Jianchen was stern. At the same time, strands of destructive chaotic force surged out of his chaotic Niden. They seemed to form a raging river as they rapidly surged through his body. Not only did he push the defenses of his chaotic body to the limit in a single instance, but extremely powerful chaotic force had also silently condensed on his sword. Immediately, Jianshan's sword went from silver to gray in a single instance. It radiated with a chilling presence as destructive, violent power. Afterwards, Jianshan bellowed out, and the sword in his hand suddenly slashed out as a black screen of light. At the same time, Kea struck out as well. With a raise of his hand, he condensed the power of the laws of destruction, which turned into an inscription of laws. It shot out with a profound presence. Their attacks basically collided with Song Ying's claw at the same time. A layer of fine, azure scales seemed to appear on Song Ying's claw, covering every inch of it. Ding! Boom! Two ear-splitting sounds rang out. Jianshan's sword collided with Song Ying's claw, producing the sound of metal clashing. Song Ying's claw was extremely tough, even tougher than a high-quality saint artifact. It even gave Jianshan the impression that he had not struck Song Ying's hand but a supreme-quality saint artifact. This was because Jianshan felt like Song Ying's hand was a supreme-quality saint artifact. Jianshan and Kea both drifted backwards after the strike. Song Ying was just too powerful, far more powerful than Mr. Shu. They still failed to gain the upper hand even when they worked together. However, Song Ying did not possess an absolute advantage even when fighting against two people alone. His body shook violently as he retreated uncontrollably. This law of destruction seems to be different from the others. Why is it that the same law of destruction is able to unleash such a powerful might in the hands of that woman? Song Ying stared at Kea in shock and confusion. He could tell with a single glance that Kea was only at the early Divine King realm. His comprehension of the laws of destruction was also at the early Divine King realm. However, in Kea's hands, the laws of destruction were actually much more powerful than the laws of destruction at the late Divine King realm. This left him deeply shocked. There seems to be something extra in the law of destruction used by that woman? Song Ying furrowed his brows slightly. He silently recalled every detail of his contact with the law of destruction when he fought Kea. However, due to the limitations of his realm and knowledge, he was unable to completely understand the profundities within. We must capture this woman and properly interrogate her. If we can grasp this secret technique, it will be of great significance to the family. The light in Song Ying's eyes flickered. With a single movement, he quickly flew towards Jianshan and Kea again. However, this time, he had shifted his main target from Jianshan to Kea. Song Ying was just too fast. It was impossible for the two of them to escape from Song Ying's pursuit. With no other choice, the two of them could only fight together, retreating as they fought Song Ying. The strength that Song Ying displayed became greater and greater. His hands formed claws, tearing through the air. Every strike possessed terrifying power. Not only did it increase the pressure on Jianshan and Kea, but even the Divine King who had followed behind became terrified. This goshawk strength is even greater than what I imagined. Behind him, Mr. Shu's expression turned extremely grave as he watched Goshawk attack. He was also a supreme expert who had made it to the Divine King's throne. He just did not have the right to be ranked. Originally, he had thought that even if there was a difference in strength between him and Song Ying, the difference would be extremely small. Only now did he realize just how great the difference was between him and Song Ying. The Supreme Divine King on the Divine King's throne is actually so powerful. This is unbelievable. Moreover, Song Ying is only ranked 950th on the Divine King's throne. I really can't imagine just how heaven-defying the Supreme Divine King in the top 100 or even the top 10 are. The fifth prince of the Sky Empire was shocked as well. As the prince of an eternal empire that had existed for millions of years, this was the first time he had personally witnessed the Supreme Divine King in action. The terrifying battle prowess had an unprecedented impact on his soul. With the Supreme Divine King taking action, Jianshan is dead for sure. the fifth prince thought. He would occasionally glance at Jianchen with a sliver of coldness in his eyes. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a terrifying might permeated the world. Two incomparably huge palms filled the sky, replacing the firmament and covering the moon in the sea. With terrifying might, they slammed down on the ground below. The palms were covered in azure scales. Every single scale pulsed with powerful energy and flickered with a hazy azure light. When the palm landed, the extremely powerful pressure caused the entire ground to sink, and countless plants and trees were turned into dust. This was Song Ying's ultimate attack. It was so powerful that it caused many of the divine king behind to pale in fright. They felt like the end of the world had arrived. Jianchen bellowed out and struck out with all his might. He transformed into a sword and soared into the sky with resplendent light, colliding violently with one of the palms. Boom! With a great sound, Jianchen was smashed into the ground. Half of his body sank into the ground, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Kea remained emotionless. Her eyes were cold. At that moment, she seemed to have entered an ethereal state. Her entire body and mind had completely calmed down, as if she had entered a state of selflessness. She pointed her hands at the sky, and immediately, the power of the laws of creation, destruction, and fire condensed together, revolving around her. Kea used the three laws without any hesitation. The power of the three laws surged out together, and the power reached a new level once again. In particular, when the three laws interweaved together, they seemed to resonate with the laws of the world. As they interweaved, they turned into a streak of light that shot out like a bolt of lightning. Gotcha! Kea's strike possessed unfathomable power. When the power of the three laws collided with the huge palms, a crisp sound immediately rang out from the center of the palms. The azure scales there actually cracked, and a bloody hole appeared. Blood rained down from the sky. Song Ying grunted and staggered back a few steps. He stared at the cracked scales on his palms in shock. Disbelief flooded his face. Chapter 2085. When Song Ying followed beside Emoching, he had always been indifferent. No matter how major the matter was, it would not affect him at all. He always gave off the feeling of an otherworldly expert, as if even if the sky collapsed, he would not be affected at all. Now that the layer of green scales on his palm had shattered, the goshawk could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His heart, which was as calm as an ancient well, was stirred up as if a huge rock had been thrown into the calm water, causing waves in the sky. He was not calm at all. His scale armor was a subdivine tool. Although it wasn't a true divine tool, it wasn't much weaker than a divine tool. But now it was actually broken by Yi Shiwen. If the person who shattered the scale were a supreme divine king who stood within the top 10 of the divine king's level, Song Ying would not have been so shocked. This was because it was rumored that experts at that level could surpass major cultivation realms and contend against primordial realm experts. They even possessed the heaven-defying ability to kill primordial realm expert. They were extremely powerful. However, the person who had shattered the scale was a woman who was only an early divine king. How could Song Ying not be shocked? However, after his shock, he felt great joy and intense desire. As a result, Song Ying valued Kea even more than Xiao Man, who was protected by the world. I have to capture this woman and understand the secrets of her usage of laws. I have to obtain a secret technique like that no matter what. Song Ying secretly made up his mind. He struck out with his full strength in an attempt to capture Kea. However, although Kea's cultivation was nowhere near as great as Song Ying's, his battle prowess was not much weaker than Song Ying's due to his ingenious usage of laws. Moreover, he also had Jianchen's assistance. With the two of them working together, even a divine king like Song Ying was unable to do anything to Jianchen and Kea. Moreover, a large part of the reason why Song Ying had displayed such heaven-defying strength earlier was because he possessed the Azure Ping Scale, a sub-god artifact that had surpassed supreme quality saint artifacts. Now that the azure ping scale had shattered, it affected his battle prowess to a certain extent. Seeing how Jianchen and Kea were getting closer and closer to the 8th floor, Song Ying secretly panicked. Afterwards, he suddenly looked at Mr. Shu behind him and called out, "Keep Jianchen busy for me. I'll deal with this woman. Once I capture her, I'll help you deal with Jianchen." Behind him, Mr. Shu had mostly recovered from his wounds after ingesting the God-tier healing pills. When he heard Song Ying's words, he charged up without any hesitation and began to engage in an intense battle with Jianchen with the cataclysmic onyx fan. Mr. Shu had already understood the situation. Neither he nor Song Ying could deal with Jianchen and Kea on their own. Only by working together could they achieve their objective. Jianchen was kept busy by Mr. Shu, while Kea dealt with Song Ying's storm-like attacks all by himself. He immediately felt the pressure multiply and become more and more strained. Even with that being the case, it would not be easy for Song Ying to capture Kea. The battle between the 4 supreme divine kings had already reached its climax. The 4 of them did not hold back at all, using their full strength. Their battle caused the surroundings to darken and the sun to dim. It shook up the entire 9th floor. Soon after their battle began, Mr. Shu was the first to show signs of exhaustion. Using the God artifact for so long consumed his origin energy at an extremely rapid rate. Coupled with the fact that he had yet to recover from his wounds, he was unable to last much longer. On the other hand, Jianchen was even more heavily injured than Mr. Shu. He was covered in blood and had even been struck by the cataclysmic onyx fan. He was covered in wounds and his chaotic blood spurted into the air, but his battle prowess did not decrease at all. He seemed like a human-shaped beast that could not be defeated no matter what. Boom! Finally, after a violent collision, Mr. Shu was blown away by Jianchen's sword. Without enough origin energy to support it, the cataclysmic onyx fan in his hand dimmed. Even though Mr. Shu had ingested pills to recover his origin energy, his rate of recovery was nowhere near as fast as the consumption of a God artifact. Without Mr. Shu bothering him, Jianchen immediately charged towards Song Ying. He began to battle with Song Ying, relieving the pressure on Kea. "Song Ying, I've done my best. It's up to you now," Mr. Shu said from afar. He seemed rather dispirited. This battle had dealt a huge blow to him. As a peak divine king, he had actually lost to an early divine king even with a God artifact in hand. This made him feel humiliated. In reality, it was not that Mr. Shu was weaker than Jianchen. It was just that he did not have a tough body like Jianchen's, nor did he have a powerful source of energy like chaotic force. Jianchen is injured. He won't be able to last much longer. Everyone, attack together. I only want this woman. Everything on Jianchen will belong to you, Song Ying called out. He wanted to use everyone's strength to deal with Jianchen and Kea. This was because Jianchen and Kea were working together. He really did not have the opportunity to capture Kea alive. However, Song Ying's instigation did not work. There were over 200 divine kings gathered here, and all of them coveted Jianchen's items. However, none of them were willing to become Jianchen's first target after understanding how powerful Jianchen was. At this moment, a dazzling streak of light shot over from afar. It moved extremely quickly like a streak of light. It flew straight over. It was a flying sword that was at least 10 meters long. The sword light flickered and blossomed with a light as strong as the scorching sun, rendering the pitch-black night sky as bright as day. A young man in golden robes stood on the flying sword. He only seemed to be in his 20s, and he was extremely handsome. His face was chiseled and filled with coldness. Powerful sword intent revolved around him. He was an expert of the laws of the sword. He had already reached the peak of Divine King. Sword intent gathered around him without dispersing. It seemed to form a great sword. The young man in golden robes flew over on his sword. In the end, he stopped several kilometers away and looked at Jianchen's group of 3. Afterwards, He glanced at the several hundred divine kings who were tailing Jianshan's group coldly. He said emotionlessly, "I heard that a girl who has been protected by the world has appeared on the 9th floor. Is that true?" Many god kings shivered inside when they heard that. They could already tell that the golden-robed young man had probably come down from the 10th floor from what he had said. Seeing how no one answered him, the young man's face sank slightly. With a cold snort, a supreme presence radiated from him. With a powerful sword intent that could engulf the surroundings, it engulfed the god kings in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 2086. Did none of you hear this king's words? The golden-robed young man's tone was icy, and his face was as cold as ice. He glanced sharply at the divine king. His expression was arrogant, as if he did not take anyone seriously. "Gongjing, you've come at just the right time. The girl you spoke of is indeed true. She's currently with Jianshan. This person is Jianshan. If you're interested in that girl, hurry up and take action. Otherwise, if Jianshan escapes from the Azure Poseidon Palace, things will become troublesome." Song Ying spoke at the right time. His voice was old but powerful. However, when the divine king and the surroundings heard the name Gongjing from him, many of their expressions changed. Their gazes toward the golden-robed young man changed drastically. Their gazes were filled with shock and dread. Could he be the divine king on the divine king's throne, Gongjing? It's said that Gongjing is the successor of the Absolute Sword lineage. People call him the Absolute Sword Little Heavenly King. He's extremely powerful. Ever since he began cultivating, he's never been defeated by anyone at the same cultivation level. He's ranked 900 on the Divine King's throne. I never thought that he would be the Divine King, Gongjing. As expected of the successor of the Absolute Sword lineage. He really is extremely cold. You can tell with a single glance that he's a vicious and merciless person. Gongjing has clearly come for Jianshan. No matter how heaven-defying Jianshan is, his cultivation is still lacking. He has no chance against Gongjing. Many divine kings discussed spiritedly. Many of them had lived for a very long time, so they clearly remembered every name on the divine king's throne. As a result, when they heard the name Gongjing, they immediately recalled a lot of information about him. Gongjing's come at just the right time. Jianshan, let's see how you escape now. Gongjing's ranking on the Divine King's throne is even higher than Song Ying's. The 5th prince of the Sky dynasty secretly rejoiced as well. He thought that Gongjing had come at just the right time. On the other hand, Yun Xian and Yun Lianqing began to worry for Jianshan once again. Just Song Ying alone required Jianshan and Kea to work together to contend against him. Now that Gongjing, who was ranked much higher than Song Ying, had come, how could Jianshan and the others resist? Gongjing's gaze focused on Jianshan as he said arrogantly, "I'm not interested in attacking you. You'd better hand over that little girl." Gongjing appeared cold, but in reality, he was not calm inside. He could naturally tell that Jianshan and Kea's cultivation levels were not high. They had only just entered the Divine King realm, yet they could fight so intensely against a supreme Divine King. This left him extremely shocked. Even with the entire Saints world in perspective, there were only a handful of such monstrous geniuses. Yet, he had encountered 2 of them all at once. Jianshan's heart suddenly sank as well. What he worried about the most was that the more time passed, the more powerful people would be drawn over. Unfortunately, he and Kea were constantly entangled with Song Ying and Mr. Shu, so they were unable to break free. In the end, what he dreaded the most still happened. Gongjing was very powerful. He had already heard that Gongjing ranked even higher than Song Ying on the Divine King's throne. If Gongjing took part in the battle, the situation would not be optimistic at all. However, not long after Gongjing's voice sounded, 3 extremely powerful auras were transmitted over from the distant horizon. They were like huge waves that wreaked havoc in the sky as they rapidly approached this place. Even though they had yet to see their figures, One could tell from their auras that they were not inferior to Tsang Ying and Gong Jing in the slightest. It's the Supreme Divine King again. Heavens, has the Supreme Divine Kings gathered here? 3 Divine Kings have come all of a sudden. That's a total of 5 Divine Kings. I've never seen so many Supreme Divine Kings gathered together in my life. They're not here for the God-tier heavenly resources. They're here for the girl. Jianchen is dead for sure this time. Many Divine Kings were shocked in the surroundings. Was this a gathering of Supreme Divine Kings? Jianchen and Kea became extremely stern. They felt unprecedented pressure from the gathering of 5 Divine Kings. The situation was becoming worse and worse for them. We can't waste any more time, or we really won't be able to leave. Jianchen's face turned cold as he made up his mind. At the same time, Gong Zheng's face changed slightly as well. He thought, it's them. I never thought they'd come down from the 10th floor as well. No, the girl can't end up in their hands. With that, Gong Zheng struck out decisively. The flying sword beneath him flew into his hand as a streak of light. Wielding the sword in one hand, he directly slashed at Jianchen like a supreme god of the sword. Immediately, the sword shone with blinding light. A huge streak of light that was several hundred meters long shot through the air, shooting towards Jianchen with lightning speed. The sword qi possessed a concept that symbolized destruction and made people feel despair. It affected the minds of many divine kings in the surroundings, making their wills waver. This was the mysteries of the absolute sword way. If people with weak wills faced the sword qi, it would be very difficult for them to even think about resisting under the influence of the mysteries of the absolute sword way. Jianchen's will was as tough as steel. He did not waver at all. He used the Tai sword technique and condensed sword qi around him. He transformed into a sword and shot out as a streak of light. Boom! The two of them collided with a loud sound. Sword qi shot out in all directions. Gong Zheng's sword qi was dispersed by Jianchen, while Jianchen's sword qi dimmed. He paid the price of a few bone-deep wounds on his body as he continued forward. He directly charged towards Gong Zheng. His presence was shocking and unstoppable. You still want to resist? Looks like I'll have to cripple you first before capturing you. Gong Zheng's eyes were cold, and his voice was extremely frigid. The laws of the sword condensed around him, causing him to shine with blinding light. He was prepared to use his full strength and end the battle quickly. This was because he needed to obtain the girl from Jianchen before the 3 of them arrived. Time was of the essence to him. Jianchen had already approached Gong Zheng. Suddenly, a supreme sword intent that was enough to make the world tremble radiated from him. A palm-sized, silver-white sword qi silently appeared above Jianchen's head. The sword qi was small, but it was extremely terrifying. It possessed earth-shaking power, causing the expressions of all the divine kings present to change drastically as they shivered inside. Even a supreme overgod like Gong Zheng revealed a different expression at that moment. He struggled to remain composed. This was because he could sense a great threat from the sword qi. The threat was so great that it was unprecedented, making his soul tremble. Tsang Ying, who fought against Kea, shivered inside as well. He suddenly looked at Jianchen, and his old face was filled with shock. Swish! It was also at this moment that there was a flash of intense light. The profound sword qi that hovered above Jianchen's head had already shot out. It moved extremely quickly, completely surpassing the speed of lightning. It seemed like it could move through space, ignoring the distance between them. It directly shot towards Gong Zheng, arriving before his forehead in a single instance. Gong Zheng paled in shock. His eyes narrowed to the size of a needle in a single instance, becoming silver-white. They reflected the dazzling light from the profound sword qi.